Hello? 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 A very good morning once again to everyone present here. I'm Urvatul Wuska, Research Analyst with the Sustainable Livelihoods team at CEEW, and I'll be your host for today. On behalf of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the National Green Economy Conclave, driving jobs, growth and sustainability. This conclave comes at an important moment for India. A decade after the world began deepening its climate commitments, and at a time when climate impacts, supply chain shifts, and new technologies are reshaping markets, the question before us is simple but urgent. How do we turn climate action into tangible, inclusive economic opportunity at scale? For India, that means building pathways that create quality jobs, unlock investment, protect and restore natural capital, and strengthen the resilience of communities and businesses alike. Today's conversations will look at what's working on the ground, where the next big opportunities lie, and what it will take to scale India's green economic transformation. It's wonderful to see such a wide and energetic mix of people in the room today, from policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, financiers, civil society change makers, and grassroots practitioners, all of whom play a part in shaping India's green transition. Over the next 7 hours, we will move between perspective-setting remarks, a film screening, focused lightning talks, and several deep dive panels. Expect big picture framing, concrete examples, tough questions, and I hope actionable ideas you can carry back to your work. To officially commence today's conclave and set the tone for the day, I am delighted to invite on stage Ms. Gunjan Junjunwala, Program Lead at CEEW. Ms. Gunjan Junjunwala focuses on building a people-centric green transition across sectors. A political science graduate, Gunjan believes that long-term sustainable solutions can only be met if communities are kept at the center. With over 10 years of work experience, Gunjan has worked on a range of issues from public health, education, gender-based programming, cash transfers, and building state capacity in India, Zambia, Rwanda, and Nigeria. Gunjan, the floor is all yours.
Thank you everyone for joining us today, braving the AQI. Several of you have even come from different cities, so welcome. I'd like to take this opportunity to set some context for today's conversations. A green economy for us, we've been a large team that's labored over it for almost 2 years. For us, the inspiration for it was an exercise in collective self-reflection. How can what we consume today be different, and how do we build a market around it? So for us, it was not just about the energy we consume, because whenever we spoke to anyone about a green economy, their first reaction was green energy. So green energy is absolutely vital. The kind of deep decarbonization we want our growth trajectory to look like will be achieved to a very large extent by changing the source of our energy, but also in terms of the materials that we consume. Can the food delivery come in bio-based packaging? Can the regular plastics that we carry be replaced by seaweed? Can we reimagine the materials we use to construct and use a lot more other engineered biodegradable materials? So it was at once personal and also macroeconomic. Personal because we wanted to rethink what we consume, energy and green materials, including recycled materials. And macroeconomic because how then do we build markets that respond to a change in user preference? So green economy, in many ways, is an economic expansion that goes hand in hand with deep decarbonization. And this is our attempt from India to the world. We're coming very fresh out of COP, and different individuals have different opinions about COP. But if we are to see COP overall as a freeing implementation and set in the context of a global multipolar crisis, which to a large extent is because climate action has been seen as an expense account rather than a revenue sheet. So we'd like to change that through conversations today, where we have 5 power-packed panels for you. How can industry lead? What is the role of an entrepreneurial ecosystem? How can philanthropy build an entrepreneurial ecosystem, put the first dollar, innovation to propel a green economy? We also have an opportunity for you to hear from the horse's mouth, so to say. So from entrepreneurs who've built green enterprises, ground up to scale. And so I hope that towards the end of the evening, if we walked into the room with an understanding that a green economy is cottage industry, basket weaving, I hope you leave the room with us in this reimagination of a green economy, that it is the next engine of growth for India that combines revenue with resilience. And you are with us in this journey where we reimagine the future of possibilities. Several of you are investors, entrepreneurs yourselves, philanthropists, or are looking for the next venture to invest in. So I welcome you to be a part from whatever's your standpoint, to work with us towards this collective green future. Welcome to the National Green Economy Conclave.
Thank you, Ms. Junjunwala, for setting the tone and ambition for the day. We will now screen a short film that captures the evolving landscape of India's green economy, the sectors driving growth, the people shaping it, and the value chains transforming livelihoods across the country. Can we please play the film?
India's workforce is young, India's economy is dynamic, India's growth prospects are huge. But I want to ask you, what kind of economy will drive India into the future?
Many of us are still stuck in the 20th century paradigm of development versus environment. Whereas in the times that we are living in, it has to be development and environment.
The answer is very clear that if India needs to become a Viksit Bharat, it has to be a green economy.
An economy which regenerates, which includes and which sustains.
Green is not a cost. Green is an investment. Green is an opportunity.
Green is not tomorrow. Green is now. Green is here.
Green
is the new gold.
A green economy is planet positive, people centered, but market oriented. It's not just about moving from dirty energy to clean energy. A green economy is about rethinking what kinds of goods and services we produce, how we produce them, and with what materials we produce them.
At one end, it is about energy transition, but it is also about a circular economy where your waste actually becomes wealth, be it spent cooking oil becoming sustainable aviation fuel, or be it your textile waste becoming new fresh fabric again. But it is also about bioeconomy and nature-based solutions, where you move from fossil-based plastics to bioplastics.
We are having a 5,000 tons in a year processing of batteries being done in our company. In terms of manpower, today we are close to 70 people on rolls and close to 150 people on blue-collar employees, which is working all 3 shifts. We have a vision to have jobs of close to 5,000 people directly or indirectly into this domain, which will cover supply chain engineering, technology, production, sales, as well as collection of batteries from the market.
We are still bootstrapped and we have grown from 7 lakhs till we have come to 10 CR, and then we are on our way to 15 CR, and how we take it to 50 CR, then 100 CR.
When it comes to DRE products, just like you have a consumer awareness gap, you have a financier awareness gap. Financiers like NBFCs, banks, MFIs need to know what these products are, whether these products are robust, durable, whether they generate income and how much income.
So really, if one could think about systematically tackling each of these sectors, there is a lot of money to be made, a lot of progress to be made, and a lot of technological innovations to be made. All of us are looking at innovations, which of course come from startups because they are faster, nimbler, which can systematically build technology which don't make another shift, but step shift in how things are.
India is right now a $4 trillion economy. We are aiming to be a $35+ trillion economy by the time we become 100 in 2047. There's a huge opportunity to my mind to go green entirely, not merely in our thinking, but in our processes, in our manufacturing, and our ability to technologically leapfrog in a green manner.
Unlocking this massive green economic opportunity needs Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar to come together. Take Odisha for example, where the government has created a committee of 16 secretaries of the state who are overseeing Odisha's economic diversification.
For us, it is very important to weave in our peculiar positioning with respect to climate into whatever economic plans we have. For example, we have 33% of our area under forest. How do I ensure that people living there also are growing economically while we are able to sustain the forest, we are able to sustain the water, we are able to sustain the environment? We are very happy that we are among the first few states to have embraced green economy as a concept.
I am happy to share that India would be taking a leadership role in promoting green economy.
During the India's G20, we came up through a huge process of debate, discussion and consultation, the Green Development Pact, which talked about climate action, which talked about sustainability.
We're seeing a disruption in the fossil fuel industry. We're seeing a disruption in the energy industry. We're seeing a disruption in mobility. Industries that have lasted for like new ideas that are coming in and essentially changing the rules of the game, changing the boundaries within which you play with. How is that not a profit-making opportunity? And that is investing. You would choose the right thing, while at the same time, you are going to be able to see that impact. You will see societies change.
If we put these trillions of dollars of investment, if we transform India's economy to make it truly a net zero
green economy, we're going to drive dramatic economic growth for India. And the growth that we are going to see, the returns that we're going to see, the money and the wealth creation that we're going to see is so enormous that it is something we cannot even conceive of right now.
We need to celebrate risk so that India can boldly chart a path forward, not just for itself as potentially the largest green economy in the world, but also set an agenda for how the world shifts towards a more sustainable development pathway.
Let's change the color of our economy.
The film has indeed brought the story of India's emerging green economy to life. With that powerful visual narrative, it is quite evident that the green economy is not an abstract concept. It is unfolding in real time across communities, enterprises, and value chains. Before we transition into our technical sessions, let's ground ourselves in data and evidence, understanding where India's green economy stands today and the opportunities shaping its next phase of growth. To set the stage, I'm delighted to invite Mr. Aditya Malhotra, Program Associate at CEEW, to deliver the context-setting presentation. Mr. Malhotra drives research on India's green economy at the Council. He works at the intersection of just transitions, labor equity, and sustainable livelihoods, applying a people-first lens to emerging climate and development priorities. Aditya, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that kind welcome, Urva, and a very warm welcome to all of our delegates here as well. So today we are going to talk a little bit about what the green economy is, present you the numbers behind our research at the report that we are going to launch in just a bit of a time. I'm sure the film that you just watched must have inspired a few good ideas on all of you. So I am just here to drive those home, to tell you that the central hypothesis behind all of this work has been that India's climate action story and development story are not contradictory ideas, but converging imperatives. And that's what we are going to talk about in the next few minutes. But before that, let me just tell you a little bit about the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So we are a homegrown institution. We were founded in 2010 by Dr. Arunabha Ghosh. We are one of Asia's largest think tanks now. We have a team of more than 380 individuals. We have more than 500 peer-reviewed publications, and we have worked with more than 20 state governments in the last 15 years. All programs that you see on the screen right now, under transformations, quality of life, and enablers, almost all of them have come together to draft this report today and to show you the analysis and the numbers behind the data that we are going to present in the next few slides. Which is why this initiative itself has taken us a little more than 2 years and has brought to you a lot of detailed analysis about what India's green economy story can be. Let me dive straight into it, right? When I start talking about India's green economy story, here's how I'm going to talk through it to all of you. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what the job numbers are like. But even before that, I'm going to tell you what is a green economy? How have we conceived it at the Council? And from our lens, how can you actually see a green economy? So diving straight into that, what you see on your screen right now is 3 economic sectors that we think can be the core of India's green economy for the next few years. These sectors by no means are exhaustive. We believe that this is an inexhaustive list of sectors and the value chains within all of them. But the idea behind choosing all of those sectors and value chains has always been to ensure that our pathways lead us to resource conservation, lead us to sustainability, and above them all, lead us to jobs and growth. And that forms the triota of jobs, growth, and sustainability, the subtitle for our report, as well as the title for today's conclave. So having said that, let me tell you a little bit more about what those job numbers are looking like. You must have seen on the screen as well when we showed you the film. What we think, what the estimates tell us is that we can present 48 million green jobs by the year 2047, and those green jobs can be created for almost 48 million people because these are all going to be full-time equivalent jobs. In addition to that, we are also going to be able to bring up at least $4.1 trillion in cumulative investment opportunity starting today till 2047. This investment is what will spur up the growth, that will then tell you that the market value of a green economy in India in only 2047, so this is an annual number, will be 1.1 trillion. And keep in mind that this number today is also based on the nominal value of 2024, 2025. So in 2047, in real terms, is going to be even higher, which is why this number, even though it may not look that big as the investment number, just for an annual GDP number of India is going to lend itself a lot of what India's GDP in a Viksit Bharat is going to look like. Lastly, and this is something that we have been thinking about almost since the beginning, right? Whenever you say green economy, the first question that comes up in most people's mind is, what's so green about it? What's so green in your economy? So we thought, why don't we build evidence to support the claim that an economy can actually be green? And the most basic way to do it is to do a carbon estimation number. We chose a very conservative pathway to only tell you what's the carbon savings from just a few value chains. So the 36 that you saw on the last screen, this one only has about 12 of them. Due to issues related to data quality, some data is not available, for example, for circular economy value chains, because anyway the argument there is for resource efficiency and to ensure that minerals stay inside the country. But even that conservative number is up to 78% of India's carbon emissions today. That tells you that a green economy is going to take a leap forward for us to be able to meet our net zero goal in 2070. Moving on, and this is what I'm going to talk about now in the next few slides, I'm going to break down these numbers for you. You all see the numbers on your screen right now, right? You see the 9.6 million in manufacturing of EVs. You see the 7.6 million in solid waste management. I want you to look beyond the numbers and look at the images for once. What those images will tell you is that those jobs are actually getting created in very different ways. And that's the spirit of a green economy. We always started with the whole of India and a whole of economy approach in mind. What that means is that there are going to be jobs that are created in the manufacturing sector, in the urban areas, in the peri-urban areas, but also jobs like in agroforestry and sustainable forest management and sustainable tourism that are going to be created in the villages of India, in rural India. And that's what lends the whole of economy approach to green economy, because we truly taking as many sectors as possible and as many geographical regions as possible to be integrated into our green economy approach. Looking beyond the job numbers is where you see the story behind the investment numbers of a green economy. Here's the thing on the screen right now. One thing that becomes very clear from our analysis, and I'm sure this is something that a lot of you must have also thought even before coming to this conclave, is that a green economy can almost equate to a green energy transition. And that's something that we want to break down today. When I showed you the sectors, I told you that we are at least looking at 3 sectors: energy transition, circular economy, and bioeconomy plus nature-based solutions. Energy transition is true, will be the heft of investments. Up to 90% of all investments in a green economy will go towards an energy transition because it's a capex heavy sector. It's where a lot of manufacturing is happening. However, and here's the interesting bit, what you see on the screen right now is that the job intensity of bioeconomy and circular economy is actually much higher, up to 24 times higher than it is of energy transition. So for all the policymakers out here, for all the investors out here, you will see the bang for your buck in different ways in different sectors. And that's again why we want to move beyond energy transition, keep it with us, but move beyond energy transition to also these new materials and design changes in India's economy, taking bioeconomy, circular economy, and nature-based solutions into consideration. Lastly, let me show you a little bit about our market numbers. Again, if you look at the market numbers on the screen, you'll see these are fairly diversely spread out. And that's again the true spirit of a whole of economy approach. Because what we are saying is that with all those investments and with all those jobs, what you are actually going to drive is a huge market leap in India's economy in the coming few years. And that's going to be the important bit for the startup entrepreneurs here. That's going to be the important bit for the investors here, for the venture capitalists here. And that's why we are saying that a green economy is not only a green initiative. It's not only a sustainability initiative, but a truly economic venture. Something that's going to make financial sense from here on, at least till the foreseeable future, at least till 2047, and definitely beyond that as well. Now, we have, for the last 2 years, worked very hard on a report that we are going to launch in the next few moments. What I'm going to tell you is that when we started this journey, we were like, we'll do some estimates, because some estimates are always going to build out this narrative, give you investor confidence, give confidence to the startup entrepreneurs, to the startup ecosystem to say that yes, we can put our money where the mouth is, right? But our team's always been has always been doing their due diligence. They're always super enthusiastic, and they'll come on stage in the next few moments as well. So they always told us, why just remain at numbers? So what we have done in the report is we have actually built out detailed dossiers of all the 36 value chains that go much beyond the numbers. We show you the numbers, but we also tell you as an investor, why should you actually invest in a value chain? Here, for example, we tell you what's in it, what's in sustainable tourism for a Make My Trip or for an Ease My Trip to be able to actually invest there. Beyond that, we also tell you what are some of the challenges and recommendations that you may face in the coming few years to be able to scale up these sectors. We'll tell you, in addition to the challenges and recommendations, what are some of those foreseeable risks that we can see and how can we mitigate them for the policymakers that are out there today to be able to make those policies. And in addition, it's all good when we talk about numbers, when we talk about data, but one thing that always strikes true to heart is when you see actual ground stories making sense in the real world. This, again, is not a pilot project. This is not something that's on a PPT slide. You go back from here and you're like, okay, I saw a few cool PPTs today. Beyond that, it's something that's actually working out in the real world today. We have a few lightning talk entrepreneurs who will tell you their stories of building green products. In the report, we have covered at least 36 of them across each value chain that tells you what's in it today to be actually building a green economy. In the next few slides, what I'm going to do is, I've told you a lot about what the green economy, what the numbers are like, what the stories are like. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how we think we can approach it. How can we actually ground it in reality? Of course, there's not going to be so much prescription because we are also here today to listen to that from a lot of experts that we have invited. But just to give it a kickstart, just to tell you a little bit about what can we already leverage, right? The first thing that we see that we can already start leveraging is the strengths that we see in India's economy today. First is a burgeoning entrepreneurial ecosystem. When we say burgeoning, it means obviously the government support that's been lent out to it, the DPIITs, the Startup Indias of the world, the ANRFs of the world. But beyond that, there are also some numbers. Just till June of this year, there were 180 million, I found that. There were 180,000 startups in India, and that's a growth rate of at least 13% just in the first 6 months of 2025. We had almost finished writing our report, and in that time, there was a 13% increase. Maybe in the time that we are sitting here, you will see another startup being formed somewhere in the country right now. And that's what tells you that there's actually entrepreneurial spirit alive in the country today, and you can use it to be able to go towards green products. The other side of the coin always is consumption. Where's the demand coming from? Where's the demand coming from? There are already signals for it. In the last consumption expenditure, what we saw is that there's at least a 7% growth rate from India's demand last year. We also saw after the GST reforms that growth's already increasing from the consumer demand segment. How can we tap that demand into green products and the green economy? Because what we are seeing right now is that we definitely know that this demand spurt is going to cause an increase in production, increase in consumption. How can we make it more sustainable so that we are also aware of the impact it's lending to the environment and to the ecology? Next is leapfrogging to future. This is a more virtuous idea when we say that we're leapfrogging to future. Everyone always wants to believe that you're leapfrogging to future, but we actually can talk about a few good examples here as well. Just in the last 3-4 years, we have seen a big circular economy boom in the country, where there are a lot of circular economy entrepreneurs who are coming together and saying that this is not something that's for tomorrow, this is something that's for today. In the last year itself, we heard the news that now more than 50% of India's power grid is powered by renewable energy already. That's what tells us that we are already in the future. Again, when we say that these are jobs of the future, we are not saying these are not jobs of the present. There are people here today amongst us who are working in a green economy today, and that leapfrogging to future is what's going to help us sustain that momentum. Lastly is global diplomacy. This COP that just ended, we have already seen India lend its leadership to say, how can we actually finance climate change for a developing world? Beyond that, we have seen India make some of its relationships with countries like Japan, like Germany, even China more often, to be able to lend to knowledge support, technical support, R&D and innovation. How can we leverage more of that to be able to indigenize technologies, to be able to grow more at home? That's something that we are depending on as well. Yeah, next. So this is the last slide, and after that, we'll go back to, of course, we have Mr. Kant here as well. He'll give you a few remarks and we'll launch the report. But just before we end it, we have a few good sessions planned for you all today. Gunjan already gave you a brief introduction about the sessions as well. We are just pointing you towards the direction where you can see those sessions and those actions going. The first is creating demand signals. What we mean when we say create demand signals is that green right now is beginning to grow competitive. However, for it to be actually competitive in the next few years and to be able to compete with the grey products, you need these demand signals from the government. You need these demand signals from the private sector as well. Can a section of the private sector's B2B purchases come from green products? Can a section of all the government purchases come from the green products? That's what we mean when we say creating demand signals. The next thing is supporting innovation. I've already talked about it a little bit. We have Professor Jhunjhunwala and Dr. Anita Gupta from the DST who will be joining us in the second half today, talking a lot more about how can we create more R&D opportunities in India. We already lack up to 5 times, at least 5 times less than what China is investing in its R&D today. How can we increase that number to, again, leapfrog to the future? Third, what some of the investments and how can we incentivize some of the investments? Again, I'm not going to lecture all of you on it. We have some brilliant entrepreneurs and investors, venture capitalists who are sitting here today who are going to tell you what's in it for a green economy, why should you actually invest in it. Lastly, and this is something that we have worked, again, towards, and we have a dedicated chapter in the report. When we say keep women at the center of a green economy, what we really mean is that a green economy should not be envisaged without half of the workforce of the country. Today, India's women workforce is around 140 million. By 2047, to actually reach a $30 trillion economy, we needed to reach 400 million women in the workforce. That's almost a 3 times increase from the women we have today. In addition to that, we also need a lot more women entrepreneurs. We have made it a conscious effort, at least for this conclave, for the case studies that we have managed, to bring in as many women experiences in leadership and entrepreneurship as much as possible. And those people are going to share with you what's in a green economy for women, and how can we actually create a feminist-centric green economy as well. Lastly, just before I exit the stage, again, we have had this journey for more than 2 years now. That's the team we started with, the one on the screen right now. A few members you will still recognize on the stage today. That's the team that we had in Odisha earlier this year. We launched that report in January. A big thanks to all of them, to all my co-authors, all the colleagues, all the team that we have been doing this hard work with, and of course, a big thank you to all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malhotra, for framing India's green opportunity so clearly. With that context, we now move to a key moment of today's conclave, the launch of CEEW's report titled, Building a Green Economy for Viksit Bharat, New Opportunities for Jobs, Growth and Sustainability. As the co-author of this study, it is my pleasure to invite Shri Amitabh Kant to the stage to officially launch the report. Mr. Amitabh Kant, a senior IAS officer of Kerala cadre, previously served as India's G20 Sherpa and he has also served as the CEO of Niti Aayog. He has also been Secretary of the Department of Industrial Policy and Innovation, Policy and Promotion, Tourism Secretary of Kerala, and the CEO of the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. A key driver of initiatives like Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and God's own country, he has helped position India and Kerala as leading manufacturing and tourism destinations. He is also the author of Branding India, An Incredible Story, Incredible India 2.0, and editor of The Path Ahead, Transformative Ideas for India. To all my fellow co-authors present here, who have dedicated nearly 2 years of their time and effort to this research, please join us on stage as we officially launch the report. Though the list is long, but I would like to take a moment to acknowledge each one of them. If you're in the room today, please come to the stage as I call out your names. Abhishek Jain, Gunjan Jhunjhunwala, Vase Khalid, Aditya Malhotra, Nicole Almeida, Aryan Bajpai, Spandan Biswas, Astha Chandra, Kartike Chaturvedi, Parineet Kaur Chaudhary, Pallavi Das, Saiba Gupta, Nikita Jagdish, Aishwarya Jain, Rishabh Jain, Ayush Kumar Jha, Aishwarya Joshi, Viraj Joshi, Apurv Khandelwal, Krishna Khanna, Clark Kovacs, Karan Kothadia, Strishti Mishra, Shruti Nambyar, Ribhav Pal, Kavya, Narendra S., Radhika Singhal, Ridham Sehgal, Soham Shah, Anya Singh, Arushi Singhal, Aditya Swarankar, Banashri Thapa, Akanksha Tyagi, Swati Urakula, Shriya Vadvan, and Dana Zain. Sir, please join us on stage, and please requesting all the authors to also come on stage. With that, the report is now live, and you may scan the QR codes on the postcards placed at each table to access the report. Thank you. Shri Amitabh Kant, it is our honor to have you with us today. I request that you grace the stage to deliver the special address.
All the distinguished participants in today's session, let me first congratulate CEEW and all the 38 authors who have contributed so significantly in producing this wonderful report on building a green economy for Viksit Bharat and bringing green economy center stage as far as the discussion on the road to 2047 is concerned. We are a $4 trillion economy. The Prime Minister's vision is that by the time we become 100 in 2047, we should be a fully developed economy, which means taking India from a 4 trillion to a 30 plus trillion dollar economy. This means that your GDP has to grow 9 times, your per capita income has to grow 8 times, your manufacturing has to grow 16 times. Even if you become a 30 plus trillion dollar economy or a fully developed economy, your per capita income has been raised, everybody is above the poverty line. But the quality of life can be adversely impacted if we do not go green. And the challenge is that when countries like America were growing and expanding, they created an economy which was built around fossil fuel. So, their car companies bought over the railway companies, destroyed them, and the aim was that cars should be sold in the American economy, the fossil fuel cars should be sold. So the American model was build city for cars and not for people. So cities were not built for cycling, for walking, for the design of the cities was not for cycling, for walking, for public transportation, but it was for selling fossil fuel cars. When India starts its long journey and 50% of India is still to be built, we will see 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization in the next 5 decades. We'll be building 2 Americas, we'll be building a Chicago every 5 years. When you do this, you cannot replicate the model of the Western world. You have to do development in a green manner, and therefore the very design of urbanization, the very design of your growth process, as was so eloquently put by Aditya Malhotra in his presentation, has to be based around circular economy. It has to be based around bioeconomy and what the Prime Minister has said is that there has to be a behavioral change so that we all are able to embrace a green economy. If our CO2 consumption, our greenhouse gas emission is actually 1/10 that of the United States. Yet India took upon itself the challenge that India must be the first country in the world to try and industrialize and urbanize through a process of decarbonization. Much like we have progressed very significantly in the world of technology through the digital public infrastructure, we technologically leapfrogged. As the Bank of International Settlements said, that we were able to provide digital identity to 1.4 billion Indians. We were able to create bank accounts for all Indians between 2015 and 2017. We opened 550 million bank accounts. We linked them up with Aadhaar and mobile number. And then we started doing fast payments, we do credit, we do insurance, we do stock market transaction, all on mobile. So the Bank of International Settlements said that what India achieved in 7 years through digital public infrastructure would have taken India 50 years to achieve. What we did in 7 years would have taken India 50 years to achieve. You need to replicate that story of technological leapfrogging and technological transformation, what India did by pole vaulting in technology, exactly the same story in the field of green economy. If India does not do this, India may survive, but we as human beings will not survive. There'll be erratic rains, there'll be floods, the quality, air quality, we've all seen. The impact on the lives of human beings will be enormous. And as the report points out, that this is an economy which will create jobs. So if India wants growth with jobs, it will create 48 million jobs. It's an opportunity to create jobs. It's an opportunity of $4 trillion investments. It's an opportunity for $1.4 trillion market. And this is an opportunity which needs to be tapped. It's a market economy. The world will move towards that. And when the world moves towards that, India should be ahead of the curve. And India has demonstrated this in several areas. When we bought over 500 million LED bulbs, we were able to bring down the price of LED bulb to 15% of what the original price was. India is the only country which has been able to do 256 gigawatt of renewable energy. The price when we started with solar energy was 24 rupees. We've been able to bring it down to about 2 rupees. Now we are issuing out tenders for wind, solar, storage, and our prices are amongst the lowest in the world. What is India's aim? India's aim is that we are climatically blessed. No other country has the climatic conditions which India has. India should be able to use the climatic condition to produce renewable energy in India at the lowest cost in the world, crack water, produce green hydrogen in its liquid form ammonia, and become the cheapest producer of green hydrogen in the world. We should be able to decarbonize steel, decarbonize fertilizer, decarbonize cement, all through the green hydrogen process, and become the cheapest producer of green hydrogen. Today the cost of green hydrogen is $4.5 per kilogram. We should be able to bring it down to $1 per kilogram by 2030 and export ammonia in its liquid form, be the cheapest producer of electrolyzer. That is what India's ambition is through the green hydrogen mission. When India has this ambition, it will throw up a lot of economic activity, it will throw up a lot of entrepreneurship. That's the aim. But if you look at the circular economy will throw up massive opportunities, huge opportunities. And we are already seeing, as was demonstrated in the film and in the presentation, that there are a number of young entrepreneurs who are doing path-breaking work. I've come across several startups, Loham, Chakra, all these are doing path-breaking work in the field of circular economy. And circular economy by design, that means what you produce becomes an input into some other process of manufacturing. And therefore, you need innovation, you need R&D, you need young startups to create markets for that. And you need backward-forward linkages for all this. And therefore, you need this can never be done by established companies. This needs young minds, this needs young startups, this needs a different level of energy, this needs great amount of innovation. And only some of you sitting in this room will be able to provide that innovative spirit and that enterprising spirit and that dynamism to be able to disrupt and to do green work. And all of us in the government, we worked around 12 different sectors to create circular economy models so that the Ministry of Environment can work towards extended producers' responsibility, that the producers must be responsible to ensure circular economy. And therefore, my view is that the circular economy and the bio and the nature-based economy, which was talked about, provides huge opportunities for jobs. And all of you have to play a critical and significant role. But more important than anything else is the belief in India that India can drive a green-based economy, and that while the rest of the world is still talking about fossil fuel, India can take an alternative approach to transform the lives of its citizens through a green-based economy for a Viksit Bharat. And bringing the discourse of Viksit Bharat not based on fossil fuel but on a green economy is central to our debate and discussion. That India's path of growth will be different from the Western world, it will be different from what America and Europe has done, and that it will be driven by a green economy. And that vision is spelled out in this report of green economy for a Viksit Bharat. And therefore, I'm particularly delighted that this young team of 38 writers, rarely have I seen in my life a report written by 38 authors. I've never seen 38 people getting together. And therefore, this shows that the young team at CEEW is committed, it is progressive, it is very dynamic, very vibrant, and has committed itself to a green economy. They all got together to write. And I would also like to compliment Aditya Malhotra for his wonderful presentation made today. And all this demonstrates the energy which CEEW has brought forward, and this bring a discourse towards green economy for a Viksit Bharat. All of you will debate, discuss, bring out specific case studies through the day, and in the evening there'll be some champions who will drive this further, and I look forward to that detailed interaction in the evening. I take this opportunity to compliment all of you who've joined this unique endeavor, this great movement, and I would like to compliment all of you, particularly the authors of CEEW, for this path-breaking report of building a green economy for Viksit Bharat. I wish you all the best and a great debate and discussion during the course of the day. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure everyone in the room has been inspired by your power-packed address. We will now move on to a special conversation that will tackle the big question shaping India's next decade. Why must India invest in a green economy? For this segment, it is my pleasure to introduce Shri Jayant Sinha and Mr. Abhishek Jain. Though Mr. Sinha was not available today due to difference in time zones to be with us, but he was in a virtual conversation with Mr. Jain last evening, and today we'll play a snippet of the conversation for you. But before that, I'd like to introduce them. Shri Jayant Sinha currently serves as the president of Eversource Capital, where he leads India's largest sustainable infrastructure fund and pioneers innovative approaches to mobilizing large-scale capital. A globally reputed policymaker and thought leader, Mr. Sinha has served as India's Minister of State for Finance and Civil Aviation, where he drove landmark initiatives including the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, and the Udan Regional Connectivity Scheme. And now, to introduce Mr. Jain. Mr. Abhishek Jain is the Director for Green Economy and Impact Innovations at CEEW and the architect behind the Council's Green Economy program. He has built and leads some of CEEW's most forward-looking work streams, spanning sustainable livelihoods, food systems, tech and AI, and energy access. Mr. Jain also directs Powering Livelihoods, a flagship initiative transforming rural economies with clean energy solutions. His work has shaped several national policies and missions, and his vision continues to guide CEEW's ambition to help make India one of the world's largest green economies. Can we please play the video?
Mr. Sinha, it gives me great pleasure to have you with us. And just to begin the conversation, really at that broadest level, why do you believe that India needs to pursue a green economic pathway? Why do you think it is really important for India? And especially this green, which is energy transition, but also a circular economy, also a bioeconomy. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much for having me, and apologies for not being there in person. I wish I could be there with all of you to continue to push the cause of a green economy and of sustainable development, but unfortunately I could not make it. For many years I've been advocating that net zero is net positive for India. That is, if we pursue a trajectory which is a sustainable development trajectory, that if we bend the curve on carbon emissions in this decade and move towards, as the Honorable Prime Minister has reiterated again and again, net zero by 2070, the impact on it on the Indian economy will be very, very positive. And it will be positive in 4 different ways. Number 1, it will drive the creation of millions and millions of green jobs. Number 2, GDP growth will become much, much faster. Number 3, we will clean up our air and deal with all of the public health consequences of the air pollution from petrol and diesel and other fossil fuels, including, of course, coal. And then finally, it will enhance our national security because we will be utilizing energy sources that are domestic energy sources, not imported energy sources. And finally, I will also add another aspect, which is the adaptation aspect to this. For that also, we are going to have to invest.
What is you as an investor looking into when you're looking at green investments? How do we build that confidence in this investment community, especially in India, towards the green investments?
The real trick to sustainable development is ensuring that we generate sufficiently competitive returns for these green companies as they scale up or even as they switch from fossil fuels to electric alternatives. Philanthropic investors, impact investors, the government can seed some of these businesses, can put some money into these businesses. But for the trillions and trillions of dollars of capital that are required, even for the Indian economy, towards being able to pursue sustainable development, we are going to have to make sure that these green investments are in fact very, very attractive from a financial point of view. That's just the way market economies work. And there is ample capital available in the world, trillions and trillions of dollars of investable capital. But to be able to attract it, we have to show over and over again that we can generate sufficiently high net dollar returns, because that's what the investment world looks at to be able to attract that investment. So this whole conversation of net zero is net positive, green economy, let's go and do sustainable development. Everything, Abhishek, is contingent on generating competitive returns, both for debt providers, which is the banks and other commercial debt and bond investors, or alternatively for equity investors of all types, whether they are venture capital investors, whether they're private equity growth investors, or whether they're infrastructure investors.
If I were to ask you a question around one of the previous hat that you wore as the former Union Minister of Finance, and looking at how government can play a role in this. I mean, clearly, green economy cannot be an agenda for one ministry to pursue. It seems like many ministries have to come and play a role, whether it is for the SMEs, whether it is for the large industries, whether it is for even FPOs think of new business models on bioeconomy and so on. If you were to share any suggestions on how can this really be a whole of a government approach?
Sustainable development requires the whole of government approach, as you correctly pointed out. And I have argued that India needs to follow a development model, which is a green frontier development model. Now, pursuing a green frontier development model requires a whole of government approach, as you're correctly pointing out. And that means that we not only have to have different ministries involved, we have to have local governments involved, because, for example, if we want electric buses, the municipalities have to get involved. And we need to get, very importantly, the state governments involved to be able to pursue a whole of government approach for sustainable green frontier development. Now, as I said, government has a very important role to play to ensure that investors can secure the returns they need from a fiduciary perspective to make these very large-scale investments. And the role of government is threefold when it comes to getting these investments to happen. Number one, there has to be policy stability in the green sector. So framework has to be put in place, and then that enables people to invest. A very good example of that is SECI, which has provided payment guarantees for solar, and we've got a fabulous and fantastic growth of our utility scale solar as a result of that. So number one is policy stability. Number two, we need to make sure that some of the key bottlenecks that come in the way of investment are resolved. This is where state and local governments become very important. And here, the most important one is land. And then number three, we have to provide blended finance instruments. And this set of blended finance instruments includes currency protection. So for dollar investors, it includes climate insurance, it needs credit guarantees of various kinds. So these are the kinds of blended finance instruments that again can be provided at different levels of government. Again, as I said, government has to provide policy stability, it has to address key bottlenecks that often drive up problems and delays, etc. And number three, blended finance. These are the three requirements for government to be able to unlock green frontier development.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, and thank you for packing so many insights in such a small time frame. I'm really grateful for all these interesting insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
Though we would have loved to have Shri Sinha in the room today, but we would like to extend our gratitude virtually to him for engaging in this thought-provoking dialogue with Mr. Jain. We now move into our first panel of the day, a conversation on what industrial leadership must look like for a green economy. India's major industries will determine how fast and how far our green economy grows. This panel will unpack how green opportunities can be embedded into industrial strategy, not as a box-ticking exercise, but as a driver of resilience, competitiveness, future-ready growth. This session will be moderated by our very own Mr. Abhishek Jain. Joining him on the panel are Mrs. Madhulika Sharma, who is the Vice President and Chief Sustainability Officer at ITC Limited, with over 32 years of experience across Tata Steel and ITC. She is passionate about integrating sustainability into all aspects of business, with expertise in climate change mitigation, supply chain sustainability, product stewardship, diversity and inclusion, and digital solutions for sustainability. Recognized among Asia's top 25 sustainability superwomen by CSR Works in 2019, she serves on the Confederation of Indian Industry and the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industries National Committees on Climate and Environment. And now, to introduce Mr. Chaco Thomas, our second panelist. Mr. Chaco Thomas is the Group Chief Sustainability Officer at Tata Sons. He has over 3 decades of experience in business transformation, sustainable operations, and building high-performing teams across India and Vietnam. Mr. Thomas has been steering the conglomerate's sustainability vision and leading its flagship initiative, Alingana, in collaboration with leadership across all Tata companies. I now invite the moderator and panelists to kindly take the stage. Over to you, Mr. Jain.
Great. Thanks, Urva. A very good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here with us. We thought the way to set up this day is to really have diverse conversations and diverse perspectives come in. And why not to start with industry, which in a way, I thought Mr. Kant almost gave us a challenge, that's saying that all these new things will not happen through the established industry. Right? So let's take on that challenge in this panel and see how can we take that challenge and make it an opportunity for the established industry as well. I'm really honored and privileged to have both Mr. Chaco and Ms. Sharma joining us today here with us, representing 2 fairly large business houses in India, corporate houses in India. They don't need any introductions. And the reason to have both of you was also the diversity that you both bring through the business groups, right? From the hotels where we are sitting in, to the packaging, to steel, to whatnot. There is a huge diversity that you both bring to the table. And that's what green economy is about. It will touch almost every sector of the economy, right? So let me start with really a broad framing here, which is, and maybe even clarify that this is not a conversation around the CSR. This is not a conversation around ESG reporting. This is about the real bottom line of the business. And how do we look at that bottom line getting diversified into green? How do we look at safeguarding that bottom line as we move into the future with more and more climate risk? So it's really about the hard businesses, right? And when you as the sustainability head of the businesses and the group overall really look at what are the opportunities where we diversify in green, what kind of things are you looking into? What are the things you are already investing into? And what is the internal business case being made when it comes to this? So maybe if we start with you, Mr. Chaco.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I think to set, and I'm very glad that the challenge was actually, given, and rather a conversation piece that started off without actually including the larger conglomerates. Primarily, maybe there's a belief that business comes with certain responsibilities, and some of it is unsaid, okay? So I think we're very clear. There is a climate imperative, there are stakeholder expectations, and there are, which is in business, a large number of conglomerates actually do believe in the concept of doing good. It can be, since I come from Bombay, it can be filmy in certain ways, but it actually is a way of business in most conglomerates. So if businesses were not ready to diversify portfolios, they were, and also try to become a little bit more people who are actually bringing in industrial and and even societal change, this entire thing won't really work. Now, I'm actually going to talk about 2 or 3 examples from the group, and then we can move on to some of the other questions that you had. So I want to talk about Tata Power as one of the cases, and the felt need of actually moving away from fossil fuel produced electricity to renewable. Not very many people know about it, but by 2035, we hope to have 70% of our entire portfolio through renewable energy. And this is not on account of just pure doing good, but it's also, like Mr. Kant pointed out, and I think there are several presentations that from 24 rupees, now you have electricity being produced at 2 rupees. But the fact of the matter is, this can be done, this will be done by conglomerates only if there is a business case for it. And the business case here is that there is a government induced policy that helps you actually move towards it. Now, is this prevalent in all industries? No. There's another case that I would like to talk about is Tata Motors. The fact that when I talk about Tata Motors, I'm talking at this point in time both about commercial and passenger vehicles, right? And the fact that passenger vehicles we now are moving very steadily towards electrification, not here in India, but also elsewhere. So, cutting to the actual fact of the matter, a lot of work being done, but it's being done primarily because there is policy that allows you. And large part of it actually happens, if you were also to see in the presentation, large part of it actually happens in decarbonization. The circular economies and the nature-based solutions is something that we really miss out on. So I'll leave it at that, and then I'll request Madhurika to actually give some more concrete.
Thanks. As Mr. Chacko mentioned, I think while it was said that yes, it is for larger organizations like say a Tata or an ITC, both more than 100 years old, I think the agility to move on some of the things, because we are so caught on the day-to-day things, probably focusing on growth of the products that we already have, or even transitioning. But what I will underscore is that transitioning to a much greener option in the product lines that you are there, I think, most of the large organizations are fairly committed to it. And like I've worked in Tata's for close to 29 years, now I'm working in ITC. So I think both of these have been pioneers in sustainability, in CSR, much before the buzzword was there. So Tata Steel was the first one to do a sustainability reporting in 2000, and ITC was the second one, so I have the opportunity to work for both. But reporting is an aspect only if you're doing something, then only you can report. But the point that I would like to make is that, and I'll use a study by Bain in 2023, that says that globally, and this was a global survey done, that globally, more than 60% of the consumers, they actually want to buy more sustainable products. And that number is higher in India. Actually, it is close to 70% who feel very strongly about sustainability. But there are, challenges in terms of, there's a definite gap between intent and action. So there's a say-do gap. And that gap is primarily because, one, there's an ambiguity. And while he made points on, B2B sectors, whether it is power or mobility, I would like to bring in that I'm talking about a B2C and an FMCG and all of us, what we consume on a daily basis. I think the challenge is that there's a say-do gap, there's an intent but does not translate into actual buy. And that is coming from few things like, there's no clear-cut definition of what you call as green, right? So then, consumers really don't know what is green, and the other is the price point and the value that you see at that price point. And I'll give you an example that, an organic atta, Ashirwad atta, 1 kg, a normal atta will cost you about, say, between 50 to 60 rupees based on whether it's sharbati or not. But an organic atta with a traceability to the farm from where it is coming from and packaged in a, more than 50% paper-based packaging comes at about, close to 100 rupees per kg. Now, there's a price differential of about 40 rupees per kg. And this is something that you consume, and then nobody is actually seeing that you have consumed a 100 rupee atta versus a 60 rupee atta. But if you're driving an EV vehicle, there's a statement, there's a social acceptance that you're getting that I'm driving an EV vehicle. Or even if you're wearing a Nike shoe which is saying it's coming from a, circular, thing, and there's a logo. So these are statements that you carry. And that is why there's a shift in these, whether it's a textile or even, energy and mobility is purely because of cost competitiveness and the, more sustainable options which are there. But I think on the consumer products, there's a value which consumer has to see in terms of if I'm consuming it, at what value am I getting? So there are two, I think, and that preference, while I think there's a gradual move towards, say, and again, the study said that what do Indian consumers, value? One is, while most of the Western developed economy would say largely environmental impact, so they would look at a full life cycle assessment, etc. But in India, it is because probably it's our DNA to opt for more natural products, nature-based products. So whether it's, I think the organic movement is really catching traction, and there's a lot of products which say is organic. The other is on packaging. So there's a huge awareness in the Indian consumers on packaging, and they would really want to move to much sustainable, thing. But I think the challenge is on the price point and the value that they see, and really on how does it become, how does it become a statement, and how do people know that I really am consuming? Because organic atta traceable to the farm and a sharbati atta, really there's no change in the taste, right? It will taste the same, but it is only an option that you're making. I think, so with this, I think what needs to be done, maybe that's your second question, but I think this, I'll just leave it because all of us consume these products on a day-to-day basis. And that is why in, large organizations, FMCG organizations like us, probably you see the change happening at a much slower pace, while the change would be happening at a much faster rate on a mobility or on a power kind of a thing.
Yeah. No, let me build on some of the things that you said, which is that in general, the largeness do reduce agility, right? The innovation speed and so on. And then we see the disruptors coming in the space, right? Like for every ITC, FMCG business, there is a slurp farm out there, there is a organic mantra out there and so on, right? And of course, some of them eventually can even get acquired by the large businesses, become part of the large businesses. But there are these disruptors who are coming in, who are seeing this early trend. I mean, protein disruption, the way it has happened in the country in the last 2 years, right? So whether it is the health drivers, whether it is the others, whether it is the well-being, disruptions are happening and we are seeing new actors emerging. And I'm going to go a little bit out of the script and syllabus here, which is to also then understand what a role that you see as large corporates to play in spurring, to support some of that disruption early on. Instead of waiting and watching once it becomes big enough for us to acquire, what is it that large businesses can do to enable that disruption? To the extent it can happen in-house, through in-house R&D, innovation, great. But what is it that we can do outside? Because the case today is about really, can I add a new revenue stream by going green? It is not about where am I, oh, this is going to hurt me. Or can I safeguard my future revenue by making my supply chains more resilient? And we all are exposed to a lot of challenges in the supply chain as the climate becomes worse and worse. So both for adding revenue today and securing revenue of the future, how do you see the role of innovation, whether it is in-house or to spur it outside as we go towards more sustainability? Maybe, yeah.
So I'll just go back to, so I have spent a fair, decent amount of time in business. I mean, my last role before this was leading a company, and that was a coffee company. So I'll just take an example from there. And it's an agricultural produce, obviously impacted by climate change, and what used to be normal in terms of rainfall that used to happen like clockwork 20 years back, no longer the case, right? What we actually realized at that point in time was that if we were to continue to stay with the existing seed stock that we have, which has been habituated to a certain way of growing, 20 years down the line we would be extinct. There's a study which says 50% of India's tea areas would be extinct because of climate change and the fact that it's warming up. So the idea was to develop climate resistant, that is basically drought resistant varieties of tea and coffee 20 years in advance to what we and we see the changes because of that. The fact that coffee now has bounced back in India is largely on account of some of these it doesn't stay. The bigger fact, the bigger part of the entire thing is that it cannot stay as something that is closely guarded by a corporate who develops that, but that needs actually to be given out to the society and the other planters. And the reason is again couched in economics and the fact that there is a larger good that you do. The economy part of it is largely because today it is a fact that a small grower would produce coffee which would be at least 30 to 40% cheaper than what a large conglomerate would be able to do. And you need to partner with them. And you would be able to partner with them only if you were to actually give out these things. So these are examples of understanding that there could be issues down 20 years down the line, and you need to constantly be ahead of the curve. And this can only happen if you have innovation, if you have a lot of money that you actually pump into your research and development. And I think that's a matter of belief and a matter of commitment to stay the course. So, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, again, a notion to break that large organizations do not innovate, they only keep doing the run-of-the-mill things. That's not so. As, he made an example, I think multiple examples in ITC fold. I'd just like to say that, we have a big play in the paper and pulp sector. So about 30 years ago, and that's also when India was, deeply on the stress on the forex side. At that point of time, close to 100% of the pulp for this division was being imported. And there was a huge, R&D, about, close to 7-8 years of R&D to actually create clones of some of the, forest thing, or eucalyptus or casuarina, which could be, which would be amenable to the Indian climate, and also they would grow fast and they could be rotated frequently. And what has resulted is now we have, close to 1.5 million acres of farm forestry. And what it has helped is it now our imports, it is now about 20%. Close to 80% comes from homegrown farm products. And it has also augmented the livelihoods of the people, because these were mostly degraded land in the areas, very, very backward areas of Telangana and Chhattisgarh, and they are now, green lands, so to say. So this is just one example, but I'm saying that while visibly probably you don't see so much of innovation coming from large organizations, but yes, it needs to have a, you also need to have that, apart from pumping in resources or pumping in money for that kind of R&D, you also need to have a culture which promotes that kind of innovation. So just to give you an example, like we have just in last 1 month, we added this our own internal Shark Tank kind of pitch perfect, and in just about 15-20 days, we had close to 150 entries across divisions, and we have shortlisted 15 entries. We'll be having the pictures next week. But the ideas are like fabulous, large part of it on bioeconomy, because ITC has a huge, connect with the agri, but a lot of it on circular economy. So I think also as a country, while I think we have, we talk a lot on green economy and we pivot more on mobility, more on power, hydrogen, but I think what will create a larger impact and create much more livelihoods across the country are, one is bioeconomy, but then, and also the second one is circular economy. I think on circular economy, we are at the fringe, we are at a very, just at a, tip of the iceberg. There's a whole lot of value to be unlocked. But again, I'll go back to what are the enablers. You need standards. I think even for investors and for consumers. So how is an investor going to say that, yes, this is a green product? So you need and these are some of the new things, so you will not have a precedence. You don't have an earlier product to compare against. These are totally new sectors, new type of product offerings, and I think you need standards to say what do you call as green. So I think there's a lot, apart from, policies of incentivization, etc. I think there's a lot of standards which needs to be developed in the India to really enable this whole transformation on green economy, especially on bioeconomy and circular economy. And that will in turn, I think also, and then the consumer awareness part. So that will actually create investments and create a lot of consumer awareness. So
yeah.
I'll leave it.
No, that reminds me of an initiative. I think when you talked about standards, often we either look up to the government to come up with the standards, or sometimes civil society takes it forward and creates a standard and so on. But I think there are now interesting examples emerging where industry is actually coming forward and creating standards for itself. I think Tata Group would be a lot more familiar with this, the trustee standard, which was brought in for tea. So it was actually multiple tea companies coming together and saying, okay, this is the standard we need to follow when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to social inclusion and so on, right? So I think this is also, and I'm hoping the entire day would not be about, okay, this is what government can do, this is what government should do, but really what all in our own right, each one of us can do. And I think industry itself can now start coming forward to create standards which can be socialized, which can be then maybe taken up by the government, but why not we become the first mover, right? And maybe just to end on one note, we are also a little bit short on time. I think what you mentioned about how we solved the imported pulp problem with the local generation of biomass for it. That was maybe 50 years ago now, in 2070s, as you said. As we are learning more and more, as we are knowing more and more about the nature, some of those models also need to evolve, like from monocroppings to multi-croppings, how do we go there and so on. But I think also, what can we learn from the past for the future? And a beautiful example comes to my mind from now Tata Group company, Big Basket, where recently the CEO mentioned that 25% of their disposable sales, like one-time disposable cutleries and all, is now coming from sal leaf-based disposables, right? Sal leaves have been used as disposable for years and years, as in, I think maybe centuries. But now to fit it into the modern context, they have upgraded it, made it firm, and so on, and it is becoming a quarter of the disposable sales at Big Basket, right? Those are the stories we need to champion. Those are the stories we need to scale. With that, let me thank you both for joining us and sharing very important insights. And let me hand back over to Urva.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you to our panelists for that compelling discussion. It's clear that India's green transition will be shaped by bold industry leadership and a strong demand signal for sustainable products. I would request you to please stay back for a group photograph. We will now break for tea and reconvene in 15-20 minutes by 12:15. As you move out, I urge everyone to please visit the exhibition that is put together outside while you network and have your tea. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed your tea and were able to visit the exhibition outside. Up next is our first lightning talk of the day, Foolishly Brave, building India's first plant-based premium brand. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Arundhati Kumar to share her journey of turning bold ideas into a pioneering sustainable brand in India. Ms. Arundhati Kumar is an award-winning entrepreneur and climate activist with extensive experience in building conscious brands, consumer experiences, and compelling narratives. Her passion for sustainability and the role of individual consumption patterns on climate change led her to establish Studio Beej, India's first plant-based premium accessories brand in 2019. A well-known name in the biomaterial space, having worked with and advised multiple biomaterial startups in India, she is now building Clima Collective, India's first certified plant sampling and end-to-end manufacturing for conscious brands and corporate houses. Manufacturing facility. She also runs Reverse the Stripes, a niche climate and sustainability consulting practice that supports businesses on climate communications, storytelling, and sustainable events. Her work has received national and international recognition, including the LA Eco Innovation Award 2024 and the Her Circle Disruptor of the Year Editor's Choice Award 2024. Over to you, Ms. Kumar.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I have a really bad throat and Delhi's pollution is not helping. But I'm going to take the next 10 minutes to talk about this journey that I started in 2019 of building a plant-based accessories brand when it was really not a conversation in India and also very emerging conversation globally. And that's when I decided that I gave myself the name Foolishly Brave because I didn't know if it was a very foolish thing to do or a brave thing to do. And I said, we will figure out in time. I think it lands somewhere in between. So my journey actually started with no market research, no big, study. It actually started with a Google search and a rejection. So I had spent about 20 years in HR. I wanted to, work in the climate space. And my family business is into leather exports. So I started thinking, is there a way that I can combine my climate activism and the business my parents do? And I started with a Google search. You'll see it right there, sustainable alternatives to leather. And I tell you, in 2019, so many options were not coming up. This is a recent Google search that I put up there. And it threw up all these materials that I had not heard of. At that time, there was Pinatex made out of pineapple, there was cork, there was early research happening into mycelium, into rubber, and I'm like, oh my God, why is this not in India? And I want to bring it to India. And I got very excited. I went to my father and I said, hey, you know what? You want me to take over the business? He was about 75 then. I said, I have an idea, let's go plant-based. And he said, listen, not happening. I built my business over time. Leather is entire background has been in human resources, and a very basic understanding of what plant-based and sustainability meant then. Because 6-7 years ago, there wasn't even much information there to read and learn from. My only North Star was that we are going to be absolutely anal about the material. So I used to read up the technical specs of all material, how much of it is bio-based, what makes it plant-based, what is the circularity of it, what do you do with the afterlife of it. So everything I learned, I actually learned on the job. And the whole idea that the product needs to be very high in quality. So if you've looked at the exhibit outside, some of those materials, all those materials have been made by Beej. But the material innovation, I have to say, is entirely done in India. When you see the materials outside, you will see they're made out of banana stem fiber, out of mushrooms, and out of eucalyptus leather. And this research has been developed and done entirely in India by Indian innovators. And what I didn't realize then is we were not just building a D2C brand, what we were building was a category in India. Plant-based accessories is today a very emerging category in India. There are a lot of brands like Alan Solly, Fossil, etc. Getting into this space because now consumers are realizing what they for the longest time thought was vegan and good actually was plastic. 6 years back, the understanding of this used to be very, very minimal. So some of our first shots and early designs, I put them up here. We started the website in Jan 2020, and in March 2020 was the first lockdown. Something I had not factored into my business plans. So if you see all our shoots are in nature, no models, no hand shots, nothing. Because there were no people, we had no money, so all we did was take our bags, go to Sanjay Gandhi National Park, hang them on the bark of a tree, and shoot. And we did that literally for the first 3 years. 3 years we had no model shots. A distinctive design language. So very, very soon I realized, and I'll talk about it a little, is that sustainability is good as long as it meets the core criteria of the category. When you're talking about fashion, aesthetics will always supersede sustainability. And that's something I didn't realize at the beginning, right? I was a little arrogant to think that, oh my God, I'm bringing these materials into India and they're great and people are going to buy it. Till I realized nobody is buying for sustainability. It has to look good, feel good. I have to feel amazing, carrying it into a party. It has to be a conversation starter. And if it is also sustainable, great. So very, very quickly, we really focused on our design aesthetics. In fact, some of these bags which you see, sometimes when I go out and I meet people and I say, hey, I'm Arundhati, they don't know me by name, but they say, oh, that bag, right? Ukyo. That's how they recognize me, and I'm very happy to be recognized like that. Learnings from the field. Like I was saying, I was very convinced that people will buy. Why shouldn't they buy? We are bringing in cutting-edge materials into the country. And at that time, we had to import all the materials because there wasn't much research happening in India. So I used to work with a lot of imported materials. And we used to go for all these exhibitions. And people would come up to me and say, so is this leather? I'd say, no, this is not leather, this is vegan leather, this is plant-based. Oh, it is vegan leather, it is PU. I would say, no, it's not PU, it's plant-based. And that concept was just unheard of, right? People did not grasp what you were saying, like, पेड़ से कैसे बन सकता है leather? So it took so many conversations to get people there. But still, as Madhulika was saying earlier, people are fascinated with the idea. People like the idea, but are people essentially buying? So there was a gap there because in India, and even today, even in the consumer space, people are very happy to make a switch. The truth is, nobody wants climate change to happen. Nobody wants their consumption patterns to affect the planet. In our heads, it's just collateral damage, right? We're just trying to live lives. We're trying to buy the best we can, do the best we can. And if the best we can comes at an inconvenience or a price that we cannot afford, then at that moment, we'll say, all right, not for this. So when it comes to this, I really realized very quickly, leather is and will continue to be the gold standard for this space. Everybody wants something that looks and feels and performs like leather. Everybody wants something in very comparable price points. You can't say, hey, we are sustainable, but we are 2x the price. You are not selling. You can't say, hey, listen, we are plant-based, but you tell the manufacturer, these 3 things that you do to make a bag is not possible in this material. You are not selling. So you have to keep the criteria of the category in mind and built from there. So, one of my favorite quotes, and also the philosophy of the way we run our business, do the best you can, and when you know better, you do better. The materials that you see here is from a very popular plant-based leather from Mexico called Deserto. It has been creating waves across the world for the last 5-6 years now. We were the first people to import this material into India. And in fact, when it reached the Bombay port, the Bombay airport, I was called by the commissioner to explain what this material is, because nobody had ever brought it into the country. There was no HSN code for it. They didn't know what it was. So it was that new. I was very excited when we launched from it. But as I started reading and learning about it, what I realized is this is 60% bio-based. What that means is 60% of it is cactus pulp, which is dried. It is mixed with a polymer, put on a backing, and you get the leather. That's typically how all plant-based leathers are made. But when you dig a little deeper, what you realize is what they have done is they've taken cactus pulp, which was essentially biodegradable, mixed it with some plastic, so it now is completely not circular, completely cannot be recycled, and we've created a kind. And the thing is, when you're one of the early people in an industry, you can get away with this, right? I could have got away by saying it's cactus leather and it's great and fine and sustainable, but I feel like you're also responsible for doing better every time you know better. So when I started understanding about materials a little more, I understood that, hey, no, this doesn't work. And we decided to stop working with them. We were lucky to have a lot of large corporate partnerships. It helps spaces like this hugely, because when a corporate decides to endorse a product like this, that's like 5,000 people at one time experiencing a product which they otherwise wouldn't. And we were fortunate to work with a lot of large corporate houses who chose us for their impact, who wanted us to go out and, put cards, put information so that they can tell this story out there. So I think any brand that is starting out in this place, getting the right corporates to support you, not by grants, but in means of actually saying, hey, you have a great product that we want to use and put out there, is really huge and great. So by 2022, we were 2 years in business. This whole idea of, are we really sustainable just because we work with sustainable materials, was bothering me a lot. Because at the end of the day, we were importing these materials. What about the carbon impact of that? What about the carbon footprints of that? We were bringing them into the country, paying 30% duty, and then, making products, then exporting them back into another country. And somehow this idea was just not, playing well with me. And I started questioning what we do. That's also around the time a lot of biomaterial research started in India. One of the first brands to reach out to me was Banoffee. I don't know if you all know Banoffee. Banoffee is a plant-based leather alternative made out of the banana stem, which is an agricultural waste. So they take the stem, they extract fibers out of it, and they make leather out of it. We have some products outside, and you guys must take a look. Again, done by this young girl called Jinali. Jinali is a material scientist studying at Yale, and she started developing this material in Kolkata while she was still studying. And we said, and she met me and she said, you work with so many plant-based materials from outside India. Can you give me feedback? And for 3 years, she used to send me materials. I used to test it. I used to give her feedback. And it went on and on. Till in 2023, we actually partnered Beej and Banoffee for the Circular Design Challenge at Lakme. It was the first time a materials innovation company had partnered with a brand to create a collection, and we were one of the finalists. I love Banoffee as a material. We sell a lot of products from Banoffee on our website. And she also paved the way for a lot of other material innovators today to enter the country. This is me just flexing, please ignore. But Beej did well as a brand. Our feedback was great. We used to take the fact that we are, perhaps the first brand people are trying of plant-based very seriously. So my whole point was, nobody's experience should be negative. so that people are encouraged to try this category more and more. Whether it's my brand or another brand, it doesn't really matter. Press and awards were kind, a lot of it came my way. But I want to take a minute to talk about this slide and how the space has changed in the last 5-6 years, right? In 2020, there was literally no reference point in India. Today, every 2-3 months, someone reaches out to me saying, hey, I'm doing some innovation in plant-based leather. There is innovation happening with mangoes, cactus, eucalyptus, banana, all sorts of things, sugarcane agri-waste, wheat agri-waste. I mean, there is so much happening in this category in India today. There is a lot of technical support available. Most of them have MOUs with, institutes like CLRI, etc., to support them to create this tech. A great thing about Indian materials is they understand they need to be price competitive. Because if they go to exporters like my dad, he'll first ask them per square feet, paisa batao. And if that doesn't make sense, the material is not going anywhere. So they actually work very closely with manufacturers, exporters to create products that meet both the quality standards and the price requirements for exports. All of them are internationally certified, so they're really up there when it comes to materials. I think India has a massive opportunity of combining material innovation and research with Indian craftsmanship. I mean, leather is the 3rd largest export from our country. We are known for our leather crafts, whether it's in bags, accessories, or footwear. If we are able to combine that with cutting-edge material research from India and expand the leather category into alternate leather category, I think that opportunity is huge and immense, right? The EU laws are changing, and I think the wind is in favor of everybody working in the plant-based alternate sector. Because now when you, put out a bag, you can no longer say vegan leather. The term vegan leather is technically wrong. Actually, it's technically wrong, but you also can't say it anymore. You can't use, words like eco-friendly leather, vegan leather anymore. You have to give what is the composition of the material. That has to come in the label. And laws like this are now helping the plant-based sector a lot because consumers are interested in seeing what's really gone into the product. Transparent supply chain. So, global clients today want complete traceability of products because of the digital passport coming into EU by 2030. So again, a huge boost to the plant-based sector. And of course, that pictures of my team, but I wanted to end my talk with something actually Ripu told me when we started. We were having a pre-meeting for this talk. Last year, my dad's clients in Germany, he works extensively with Germany, reached out to him to say, Mr. Kumar, we're exploring plant-based. Do you know anything about plant-based and all of that? And he's like, oh, of course I do. I know this, I know that. And he rattled off everything that, he had learned while speaking with me, because we talk so much about what we do individually. And he said, my daughter's working in this space and all of that. And then they said, hey, but, we can't have it in the same factory because traceability does not allow leather and plant-based to be in the same factory. Are you willing to set up a separate unit to work extensively with plant-based, because that's the demand? So he came to me and he said, listen, I want to set up a factory in partnership with you because I think there is a demand. And today, in January, we are starting a new factory, a certified factory for plant-based R&D only. And I feel like if my dad could move, in less than 5 years, the space is moving very, very fast, and there is insane opportunities in this space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arundhati Kumar, for proving that courage and creativity can turn a bold idea into a sustainable revolution. To unlock the full potential of India's green economy, we need more than individual innovation. We need an ecosystem that moves in sync. No single actor can drive this transition alone. It takes coordinated policies, patient capital, responsive markets, and strong community participation. To carry the conversation forward, we now transition into our next panel, Catalyzing Ecosystems for Green Sectors. May I invite the moderator, Mr. Rajiv Prakash, founder, Next in Advisory Partners and advisor to Rain Matter Foundation. He has been a journey partner to several early-stage founders in both for-profit and non-profit domains, helping them transform ideas into impactful enterprises. At Rain Matter Foundation, he is responsible for engaging with industry on climate action. Passionate about entrepreneurship from small-town India, he has served on the board of Deshpande Startups and invested in startups from such places. Joining him on the panel are Mr. Sanjay Anandaram, co-founder of the Network of Indian Cultural Enterprises, a non-profit that is building an ecosystem for Indian cultural enterprises. With over 35 years of experience as an entrepreneur, investor, corporate executive, board member, teacher, and mentor, Sanjay is involved with several organizations to drive entrepreneurship for socio-economic transformation of India. He has written and lectured extensively on entrepreneurship, innovation, India's digital public infrastructure, and policy matters at various forums in India and abroad. And joining them on the panel is Ms. Vilma Rodriguez, who is the founder and CEO of Saha Zero Waste, an organization dedicated to resource recovery and implementing decentralized waste management solutions. More recently, Ms. Rodriguez has adopted the role of Chief Transformation Officer, looking to catalyze an ecosystem for waste management. Motivated by the sight of waste burning on Bengaluru streets over 20 years ago, she has focused on creating meaningful environmental and social impact through the collection, processing, and recovery of municipal solid waste. Today, Saha Zero Waste manages around 100 tons of waste daily and works with corporate campuses, brands on zero waste systems, and EPR compliance. I now invite the moderator and the panelists to kindly join us on the stage. Over to you, Mr. Prakash.
Thank you. So we bring a slice of Bangalore to Delhi, three of us. At least we don't have a traffic jam to get here. Well, when you think about ecosystems, I would request you to just put an image of a lake or a forest, a natural ecosystem in your mind. I mean, even if you're not an ecologist, I mean, if you visit a lake or a forest, you have a sense of the various elements that come together, the flora, the fauna, the abiotic elements. You have a sense of whether that particular ecosystem is vibrant and functioning or not. And if it is not, you just can't sort it out by planting 50,000 trees or just, let's say, just replacing the water in any way. It's a process of emergence. A variety of things have to happen, okay, for that particular state to emerge. Today we spoke about, especially Mr. Kant, in a very passionate way, about the green economy, which is a double sustainability transition. First is from an environment standpoint, and also from an economic standpoint. So moving from place A to place B just can't be manufactured. It's going to be the rare energy sector which had an enormous amount of tailwind from a policy, capital, global collaboration point of view, which allowed us to make that particular transition in relatively short periods of time. But a variety of other sectors, whether it be air, water, the other elements of circular economy, etc., do not have that kind of a tailwind. It's not just something which you can sort out only by better technology or just a little bit more capital or by policy. I mean, these are wicked, locked-in, path-dependent problems. So we have today Sanjay and Vilma, who have taken on, at times it feels perhaps an unenviable task, of taking on entire ecosystems and exploring an approach of making shifts in ecosystem to what we call as an ecosystem catalyst process. 15 years ago, we probably we found the idea of channeling entrepreneurship through a model called startups. And since then, startups have captured much of our imagination, a lot of economic value, and some societal value. What if we could even start looking at an idea of catalyzing ecosystems as a way that you can achieve much larger level of shifts? So on that note, to start with you, Sanjay, you have an intriguing sector which is cultural enterprises. If you can give us an idea as to what this particular sector is, and you actually are, if there are serial entrepreneurs, you are a serial ecosystem guy. I mean, from startup ecosystem, then a product ecosystem, and now you have cultural enterprises. Give us an idea of what this thing is. What's the kind of problem landscape when you got started out? What's your idea of a certain end state, and why did you take this kind of an approach?
Thanks very much to CEEW. Thanks to you, Rajiv. Wonderful to be here with you, Wilma. Very quickly, Network of Indian Cultural Enterprises is a not-for-profit ecosystem enabler, like you said. And the idea is, when you're attempting to effect change, it is better to lift the ecosystem such that all participants in the ecosystem benefit. So there needs to be a win-win situation for everybody, and such that in that process, everybody gains. Policy intervention is required, financing needs to be thought through, technology interventions are necessary, you need entrepreneurs, you need mentors, you need a whole host of players, which is what we call effectively as market players, market makers. So you need regulation, you need policy, you need technology, you need entrepreneurs, you need every single one of them to come together. And it is something that no one person, no one organization can actually do much. It requires the creation of this ecosystem. And we've seen this in the last at least 3 decades plus that I have been involved with it. Today, we just heard from Arundhati about leather and alternative to leather, plant-based. Now, it's very hard for any one company to attempt to create a breakout category, right? So you need an ecosystem that has to come together. So there's design, there are materials, there is technology, there are artisans, craftspeople, all of that. And of course, policy. So the idea, therefore, for us was to be able to create businesses that are based on India's indigenous heritage. And there are 5 sectors that we are in: tourism, arts and crafts, fashion, food, health and wellness. And the idea being that, look, livelihoods are generated, heritage skills are protected, hopefully wealth gets generated, and ultimately brand India will get created. And the idea of doing this is that it requires a village to raise a child. It's a very old saying in the startup world. And therefore, by all of us coming together, it's no single person or organization can do it, for a cause that is greater than any one person or one organization, but such that all of us win in the process of creating that ecosystem, just like a rising tide lifts all boats. This ecosystem enablement will ensure everybody benefits. And one final thing on the question about how did one look at it? We looked at it exactly from that standpoint. You need to be able to zoom out and understand what are all the interlocking elements of different players and stakeholders well, not yet an ecosystem, but an ecosystem that's emerging, right from terminology to lexicon to the thinking, all of it. It's a phenomenal amount of change that has to happen. Today we are talking about startups and all of that. 15 years back, that word itself didn't exist in the Government of India lexicon, right? Now, how did we therefore think of it as a catalyst? Those who can, they do. Those who can't, they teach, right? So we can't. So we enable others to do. And that has been our philosophy and approach.
Thank you, Sanjay. And Wilma, I think it's interesting about the solid waste management ecosystem. It's a bit of the seen and unseen, right? Like, for example, if you take cultural enterprises, it's always rich with potential, but you can't see it. It actually has to manifest. Waste, on the other hand, is exceptionally visible. And it looks on the face of it like as if it is functioning, but it's not functional in that way. Now, for you, it's been a different journey. You started out as a non-profit entrepreneur, then you set up a startup, a for-profit, and now you've become taken on a position as a sector transformation lead. And it's a long journey of 20 years. Can you all again help us understand in terms of what is meant by the solid waste management ecosystem? As you see right now in this ecosystem role, what's the kind of problem state? What's your idea about the end vision? And why did you decide to make this third shift when you could just well be running your startup itself?
Thanks. So today we're talking about circular economy and the green economy. So we have to also bring waste management, solid waste management into that zone. It's not just about, a visual cleanliness, and that's about how solid waste has previously been looked at. So today, in the context of a circular economy, it's about materials in the system. It's about materials that we need to put back into the loop so that we have less virgin materials coming into the system. So consumption, therefore, plays a very big role in today's concept of waste management, in this ecosystem of waste management. When we are looking at consumption, we are also then looking at how to reduce. So today there are business models, there's a whole lot of behavior change that is expected around reduce. So you have swap in textiles, you have single-use plastics, you have repairs for electronic waste. All of that today has to be integrated into the ecosystem for waste management. And beyond that, of course, when there are materials being used, we need to have the proper supply chain in place so that these materials are moved into collection, into sorting, into aggregation, and then finally into recycling. So you can imagine how complex this ecosystem is. And yet, it is very solution-based. We have solutions for most part of the chain. Recycling is still a little bit unsure because that recycling for many of those materials is not there. But in that process of recycling, stepping up, the collection, sorting, aggregation, the actual material movement is something that is very important. And the fact is that we have policies that are supporting this, the ecosystem policies, the policies to support the ecosystem are there, but there is some gaps which perhaps we can talk on how those policies need to move into supporting for better, so that we can actually have the solutions around waste coming back, the solutions around the circular system.
Thank you, Wilma. So the common point which is coming out is these are all incredibly complex situations. And the way to solve them is not very linear. For example, in a startup, you can focus on a particular problem, you work on a product, you have a minimum viable product, there's a certain path which comes over here. I mean, these tend to be, again, the entire wicked problem space. So, Sanjay, as you got started out on the cultural enterprises and when you saw this entire problem landscape, how did you figure out, well, these are the kind of shifts that I want to see in the ecosystem? And how do you even know whether you're progressing or not? What really are the markers you might be tracking? And what is this way of doing, which is the ecosystem solving way of doing?
Thanks. So when we started out, by definition, products, services, experiences based on India's cultural traditions are by definition green, are by definition sustainable, right? So I'm taking that as a given and a baseline, number one. Number two, when you're attempting to do something that has not been done before, particularly when the word culture and entrepreneurship don't sit well together, they're considered to be oxymoronic. Making money out of it is not considered, good form. So we wanted to change that. And therefore, an ecosystem approach, because that is what has worked. If you look at India's IT sector today, in the last 40, 45 years, it's all happened thanks to an ecosystem. Automobile sector would be nothing without an ecosystem of a tiered structure of suppliers, both with depth as well as width. So the same approach, from my own experience, has been that without that ecosystem approach, things will not change. And which means the first is you unlock the mind, People need to be aware, need to be able to think through debates and discussions and awareness. 2, you need to be able to unlock capital. 3, you need to be able to unlock talent. 4th, you need to be able to unlock markets. 5th, you need to be able to unlock policy, and so on. All of this cannot be done by any one person. It requires the coming together of everybody. And we therefore said, look, cultural enterprises is a brand new nascent category. It doesn't exist. In fact, the phrase itself, needs to be inserted into the lexicon of government and policymakers. And therefore, the only way to do it is by evangelizing, spreading awareness, showing facts on the ground, showing that there are entrepreneurs who are doing this. Earlier, entrepreneurship was considered to be a middleman kind of job. Somebody who essentially frauds the poor, hardworking artisan and connects with the market thanks to information asymmetry. Now we are seeing, look, the demographic trends are such towards conscious consumerism. Technology is enabling the democratization of access, and therefore a value-added interface, namely a new breed known as a cultural entrepreneur, has now emerged. And Arundhati is an example of that. There's another company out of Mumbai called Zook that also operates in the same category. These are all qualified people who come with an understanding of what it takes to build a business, which is a very, very critical, important thing. 70% of any activity takes place outside the factory and production floor, namely with markets, with customer service, everything else, right? And therefore, bringing that understanding to bear and working with the production side of the house, namely artisans, craftspeople, and so on, requires a different breed of entrepreneurs that we call cultural entrepreneurship. And therefore, unlocking of policy, all the elements that I talked of, is important. And hence an ecosystem approach. The ability to zoom out, see all the gaps, the interconnections, and say, okay, great, all of these now need to be able to come together to work in a coherent, convergent manner, such that the greater goal of creating this ecosystem works. Now, we are not here in it to make money. We are a not-for-profit. Now, our goal is to enable others to benefit such that it benefits the country as a whole, right? And that's been the philosophy when entrepreneurship began in the IT world, as in case of digital public infrastructure, and here. So therefore, you need new kinds of institutions, new ways of thinking, new ways of governance, new ways of unlocking markets, capital, talent, etc., etc.
So just to complete the point, Sanjay, so these are the pathways you're following, but what do you look out for? How do you know whether things are shifting or not?
Yeah. It's a very, very important point, right? How do we know they're making progress, right? Now, these are time scales that don't fit in the traditional investment world. VC business, I used to be a VC 25, 30 years back, where, you have a very short time window, 5 to 7 years, and you do it. These are ecosystem generational shifts, right? And therefore, you need to be patient, which means you need to have the patience, the resilience, the mindset to be able to hang in, to make this work. What is our measure of success at NICE, right? Number one is the number of entrepreneurs who have gone through any one of our programs. 2, the number of entrepreneurs who have raised money. 3, the number of entrepreneurs who have built a branded, profitable business at whatever scale of the hierarchy, whether it's at a city level, state level, regional level, country level, and hopefully some will emerge on the global scale. But our time horizon is 25 to 30 years. It's not going to happen before that. But with the advent of tech and the changing demographics, we hope that it will happen sooner than 30 years. But that is the way these generational changes take place. For example, 10 years back, nobody was talking about plant-based, right? It takes multiple things to come together before the shift in our brains occurs, right? And similarly in this area, as well as in other areas that we talked of, you will find that there needs to be a similar shift. Now, Vilma can talk to her business, but having been involved with this broad area for very many years, I think patience is critical. The right set of people are important. The right code of conduct and value systems become important, as long as you're doing it for a greater thing. In other words, if I increase the size of the pie, my share, however small, will continue to grow, right? The zero-sum thinking of yesteryears has to be junked.
Thank you. Thanks. Wilma, coming to the solid waste management sector again, while you've always, from the very start, have had a strong ecosystem orientation, but the last 6 months to 1 year has been a specialized, focused deep dive into this particular avatar, if you like. Can you just take us through this particular journey? And that too, it's immensely inspiring for somebody who's already been working in a very difficult sector for 20 years to again reinvent themselves in this avatar. So if you can just take us through your journey of the last 1 year, what are some of the main characteristics? What did you discover as new levers of solving? And in a way, what kind of changes you might have had discovered within yourself in this process?
Yeah, but to come to that question, I'd just like to go back to the ecosystem and how we have to actually change a lot of mindsets. Because when you look at solid waste and the concept of visual cleanliness, there is the mental block or the mental mindset of people wanting, not just people, across the different stakeholders, the idea was a disposal mindset. I need my waste to go out. Go out where? Landfill, XYZ, out of the neighborhood in which I live in. Now, in that situation, we have policies which actually say there should be less waste going to a landfill. And that is the zero waste concept, which started at the beginning of this century. Now, the policies are there, and we all can say that, they don't get implemented. And most of us as entrepreneurs are in that, understanding that, look, it takes time. So as an organization, when we shifted from a not-for-profit transition to a private limited, we wanted from bottoms up to demonstrate possibilities. It's possible for a tech park to be zero waste. It's possible for an educational institution to be zero waste. And that was the flagship program that we started in Bangalore in large tech parks. And incidentally, tech parks and so-called bulk generators contribute about 40% of a city's waste. So you can imagine this is a large solution that you have, because you do have possibilities for organic waste to be composted, for dry waste to be managed with a certain system and a certain process. All of that was demonstrated for the last 10 years now across many cities, not just in Bangalore, but in other parts of India as well. Now, having got into that understanding and that experience and that knowledge that this is possible, obviously, as a system now, we wanted to bring this across in many different ways. And in the last 1 year, or rather, 6 months, in the last 6 to 8 months that we've been working on this Catalyst program to enable the ecosystem to also respond appropriately, we've reached out to different parts of the system. So you have the generators, you have the government, you have industry, you have other startups and other smaller SMEs and MSMEs, you have the informal sector. And now we're trying to bring together all of these different entities, all of these different stakeholders. One of the biggest barriers that have come across in this meeting with so many people is that there is a fragmentation at governance level. So policies are there, but the fragmentation at government is such that it doesn't allow the entire system to come together. And we can take the example of, say, we've done a case study of Indore, and I think all of us here understand Indore. What happened in Indore is that you had a really good cohesive governance structure for a longer period of time. So that's how the fragmentation of governance was actually addressed. You also have similar examples in Kerala, where you've used, again, a top-down good governance structure that actually enabled the informal sector to become cooperatives. And they then started actually engaging with the government, engaging with collection systems, and they were then included in the whole system. So what we've understood, Rajiv, is that, you know, whilst we have startups, whilst we have a lot of businesses, lot of NGOs, civil society, all of us working at the bottom level with great solutions, with great commitment, what we need for the ecosystem to finally come together is the meeting also where the top, where you have governance also supporting all of that ground level work that is happening. And governance not just from, you know, state or central governments, but also governance from industry. Because industry is also regulated by the rules. And, you know, so most often we are seeing that along with the central and state government regulations, industry could partner very well with the grassroots changes that are taking place, with a lot of good businesses that are coming up. And look at the kind of jobs that it will be created. I mean, we've seen this morning the kind of green jobs that are there that we can kind of create through these kind of systems. But I'd really like to bring attention to the quality of the jobs, because in waste, you have the large informal sector, and when this system is so broken at various points, the quality of the jobs is really something that we should be concerned about. Because even minimum infrastructure for many people to work with a proper system is not there, and access to health, access to minimum wages is something that, you know, can easily come together far better if we had both the bottom and the top meeting in the middle for a proper system to function.
Thanks, Vilma. Getting to the close of the session, one important thing in an ecosystem, ultimately, it's not an abstract concept. It's made up of a variety of players, very often whose motivations could be antithetical to each other. So when you're trying to do that, one could easily get into my camp versus your camp, etc. So Sanjay, even in your case, while cultural enterprises were still nascent, but there were a variety of players, and some of them may look problematic at the start, right? So when you're trying to bring people together, one is to form your own coalition, and second is to influence a wider set, right? What kind of challenges you face, and how did you go about doing it? And even what did you have to change in your own mindset while working with this set of diverse folks?
So, you know, when you go out to create an ecosystem, and we're still in the early process of creating that, like I said, the cause needs to be such that everybody feels motivated, okay? That's a very foundational thing. People must see that you're not in it for greed or glory, right? That you're genuinely interested in making them succeed. Now, we are a not-for-profit, so they see that. They see that, you know, we are not here to make money and retire. The idea being that, look, we work with you to help you become successful, so collaborate with everybody, even as you compete, right? And that's an important idea that needs to be ingrained in an ecosystem. Every ecosystem has competition. Every ecosystem is a dog-eat-dog world, but every ecosystem has a symbiotic relationship with every other player. And that's an important idea that people need to understand. So in our case, we work with everybody. We don't say we'll not work with A or B or C. We work with everybody, open collaboration, right? Everybody knows who we are working with, what programs are being run, right? How many entrepreneurs raised money, and everything else is available as an open system. And that is what generates trust. Trust generates credibility. Credibility also emerges from facts on the ground. And people see that, look, you don't have a vested interest here. So no greed, no glory. The mission is number one. And just to complete the response to your previous question, I think a real, honest marker of our success is when we don't need to exist anymore. Right? That's the ultimate marker. Like, you know, why should we? Because everything's kind of set. People are running along, doing their own thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's what exit looks like in this case.
Precisely.
Yeah. And to close, Vilma, end of the day, the ecosystem catalyst is also a human, and there can be something called catalyst exhaustion. How do you kind of deal with this mentally as you go through this particular process? Very often, you don't even know what's going on, your influence, etc. Some quick closing points in terms of how would you view it and deal with it?
Yeah, so, the sector, we are really in a situation where so much has happened in the last couple of years with policies and, the actual need for this change to take place. So actually, we're lucky to have been given those kind of platforms. And so I was really happy that I had, excellent kind of support for this entire Catalyst program. But it's about the system now also responding. So when we talk to other, and right now, as Sanjay said, it's all about collaboration and working together. The actual fatigue comes in when you still see the responses are inadequate. So because you can see that our mindsets are still towards the disposal, towards the fact that, there is the polluter pays principle not yet evolved. And you also need, today, currently, we need in our teams and in the organizations that we work with, we really need to have good talent. And that seems to be still not shifting in a direction that brings access to good talent in this space. Today, waste management needs marketing, it needs sales, it needs project management, it needs leadership teams, it needs processes. So all of that kind of talent which other industries have is required so that, there can be a let go from many of us who have been working in this space for a long time.
Thank you, Wilma. So on that note, thanks very much. At CEEW, there is an initiative to try and build a community of folks who are interested in the entire idea of ecosystem catalyzation and solving. Shruti Nambiar, would you want to just stand up? So Shruti is the holder of the idea, and anyone who's interested in being part of it or being part of the community, hopefully, we will end up having a follow-up podcast because we try to do a 3-hour session within 30 minutes. But thanks very much, Sanjay and Vilma, for sharing so generously. And may ecosystems thrive. We are still in very, very early days right now. Probably 15 years from now, we'll be talking about it like how we talk about startups today. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that rich and dynamic discussion. Your insights have brought real clarity to what it takes to build thriving green sectors across India. Our next lightning talk brings us to the heart of the green economy, the power of communities. And to deliver this lightning talk, titled Communities Are the Green Economy's Mitochondria, What Powers Them, we have with us today Mr. Ripu Daman Bevli, widely known as the Plogman of India. A techie turned entrepreneur turned climate champion, Mr. Bevli has transformed a simple act, picking up litter while jogging, into a nationwide movement for environmental responsibility. Through blogging and his Litter-Free India initiative, he has inspired thousands to adopt sustainable practices and reclaim their neighborhoods. He has been recognized globally and nationally, from Cosmopolitan and LA's Activist of the Year awards to being named Athlete of the Earth and a LinkedIn Top Green Voice. The floor is yours, Mr. Bevli.
Hello. Mic testing. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. All right. So I think mine is probably the last session before lunch. So I'll keep it as the name suggests, lightning, because that's what I've been told. So quick disclaimer, since you all have witnessed Arundhati's presentation, the first thing that I realized is the presentation is nowhere as aesthetic as hers. So please bear with me. So that's me in 2015 on the left side. I was running a race every day, even at that time, the proverbial corporate rat race, wanting to be right at the top, achieving numbers, earning a lot of money, living a high life, taking 4 to 6 flights a week, living out of suitcases and lounges. But something shifted from running the corporate rat race every day to literally running across the country while picking up litter. And that's a short story that I'd like to share. It's been a decade almost now. And the picture on the right is from about 8 years ago. I was in Ladakh, literally on top of the world. This is 17,500 feet, so 5,300 meters probably. We went to a place called Warila. It's a beautiful place. Not many people go there, probably a few hundred every year. And yet there was so much trash, litter, and plastic everywhere. And we decided to pick up. And that literally became a catalyzing moment for me when I realized, okay, where nobody comes and yet there's so much of litter, trash, and plastic. How does that happen? So I tried to, I went back to civilization. I had a tech startup at the time, moved out from there and made the goal of litter-free India my full-time commitment. And the visuals that really inspired me at the time were things like these. We all see these. And the first thing so when I started running and picking up litter, people used to give me weird looks. And I realized there was a big mindset, a big shift required, because when people come to our households, to our neighborhoods to pick up litter in the morning, what do we call them? I'm talking about 2015, 2016. We generally call them kude wala, right? That's the word that we used at the time. And I was like, that's degrading, because we are the real kude wala, because we litter, we trash. They're the safai wala, because they are actually cleaning up. So it's very important to shift that mindset, and that's what I started doing. The first thing, like I said, was left my corporate career, started running around the country. In 2019, I ran around the country, cleaning up 50 cities in 50 days, running 1,000 kilometers while I was on that journey. And a thing happened that the government of India got to know about our mission. The Honorable Prime Minister joined hands, and since then, more than 1 crore Indians have participated in the movement. I mean, lots of things have happened during that 8-10-year journey, but that's the short bit of it. Now, while I was on that journey, I also realized that this is just just the edge of the problem, the tip of the problem. What we are trying to solve goes way deeper, I mean, it's in our core right now. We clean up a place, we go back tomorrow, it's even dirtier. There's even more litter. So how do you solve for that is when I started thinking about the problem at large. But before going into that, let me just quickly share the next thing. This is a picture from Ladakh. Beautiful picture in the middle of a mountainous desert. You see a little blue there. And this is very symbolic of what nature is. Nature will find its way. And I think we all saw this in 2020 when COVID hit us and we all went into a lockdown. How in a few weeks nature healed? How sitting here in Delhi, we had AQI less than London probably, less than 10. How did that happen? Because nature will heal itself the moment humans pause. But a few years later, we probably all forgot the lessons very quickly because consumption is at an all-time high. Waste and plastic consumption, again, is at an all-time high. So how do we forget such lessons so quickly? But what I want this room to remember is that, look, these crises will keep on happening till the time हम सुधरेंगे नहीं, ये crisis आने वाला है, and the next crisis should not be forced, or the next reset should not be forced because we might not recover from it. The next crisis or the next recovery should be led by humans, should be led by communities, should be led by green economy, because we need to build a resilient future. So how did how did I go about doing this? And I have a few examples that I quickly wanted to share. So I want to give you an example of Chandigarh. It's an example that I don't think gets talked about so often. Do we all know that Chandigarh, A, is the most well-architected, most well-planned city in the country, but also Chandigarh is fully covered by cycling tracks. We all know that, right? And yet, do you know adoption of cycling in Chandigarh is one of the lowest? How does that happen? You have a city which is fully covered by cycling tracks. You have the setup there, the systems there. It was always built for it, but you never built communities around it. You never made the locals feel that this is absolutely for you, and somehow that community behavior, that mindset shift that needs to happen did not happen. And that's a very powerful example, because you can make all the policies sitting in rooms, you can give them the hardware, the setup on the ground, but if the communities don't buy into it, then your experiment and whatever that you're trying to do will not be successful. And then I'll give you another example. The first school that I started working with back in 2016-17 was a school in Gurgaon, where every 2 weeks we used to take the kids to a local mandi right next to the school, and we used to clean up that place. The students used to talk to the shopkeepers and the customers alike, that plastics bad, bring your own bags and all of that. In 3 months' time, all the shopkeepers had big banners saying, we don't have polythene bags, bring your own bag, and the customers complied. Now, just two parallel examples of communities coming around and actually making that shift happen. So I think that's what we need to do. And this is a picture from Gurgaon where we executed such drives and we saw behavior shifting within a few months. So that's very powerful for me. This is another example. This is Varanasi. In July 2022, the government came up with a plastic ban, an all-encompassing plastic ban, without really taking the communities into confidence. So what we tried to do was bring the industry, bring communities, and bring the policymakers together. And we went around UP, all the major cities of UP, and mobilized the communities, talked to them about the plastic ban, understood what alternatives are there or not there, and bring that feedback back to the industry and back to the policymakers. And somehow we saw that shift happening on the ground even then, right? So that's why I say communities are the mitochondria of the green economy, because that's where your demand will come in. And when the demand comes, the supply will shift automatically. Policies will come into place because you need to cater to the demand. Like Arundhati was talking about, fashion's not going away. So it cannot be only sustainable. It has to look fashion. Similarly, consumption is not going away. But if we can provide sustainable alternatives, circular alternatives, things that don't damage the planet, only then will we be able to actually create a green economy. So your sustainable alternatives have to be consumeristic in a way. I mean, they need to reach the masses, but in a way they don't damage the planet. And that's the mindset shift also that the industry needs to do. So I'll go back to the final, go back to this slide, and again, remind ourselves that crisis will keep on happening. Nature will keep on reclaiming its power. What we do with our communities, how we build resilient communities, and that's something which is my next goal. How do you create local governance models ground up? Because government will come with its top-down interventions, but when you create communities which are able to see the place, which are able to understand the problems of the place and then try to solve for the place, you'll be able to create a more resilient community, a more resilient place. And that's the example that I gave you between Chandigarh and Gurgaon. So with that, I'd like to end my talk. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bavely. I think I speak for everyone when I say that Mr. Bavely's journey is truly inspiring. Your work is a powerful reminder that when communities take the lead, they can become the true engines of a green economy. We will now break for lunch and reconvene again at 2:10 p.m. Requesting everyone to please also take a look at the exhibition outside while they're enjoying their lunch. We have a panel upcoming which will start at 2:10 p.m. sharp, so requesting everyone to be here on time. Thank you. unique to the table. Patient, risk-tolerant capital that can lay the very foundation of an ecosystem. When directed well, philanthropy can convene diverse system actors, nurture early experiments, and enable community-centric green opportunities that markets alone may not yet support. With that, I am delighted to invite our moderator for the session, Ms. Gunjan Junjunwala, Program Lead at CEEW, to take the stage. Joining her on the panel are Mr. Rajan Mehta, founder, Climate Ventures partner, and founder and CEO of LiveCheck. Mr. Rajan Mehta is a serial technology entrepreneur with over 2 decades of experience, having held senior leadership roles at multinational companies including Motorola and Nortel. At Nortel, he played a key role in establishing its telecom networks business in India. He recently completed a prestigious 1-year advanced leadership fellowship at Harvard University, where his focus areas were climate change and circular economy. Mr. Rajan leverages his expertise in technology and venture creation to deploy catalytic capital and scale breakthrough innovations supporting India's green economy and energy transition. And joining him on the panel is Mr. Sameer Sisodia, who is the CEO of Rain Matter Foundation, a philanthropic organization founded by Zerodha to accelerate climate action, ecosystem regeneration, and green livelihoods across India. At Rain Matter, Sameer leads efforts to build a robust network of climate organizations and strategically deploy funding and grants to scalable, impactful projects addressing forests, water, soil, agriculture, and energy systems. After a long career in the technology sector, Sameer transitioned a decade ago to sustainable farming and regenerative practices by moving partly to Coorg, where he experiments with farm collectives and his passion for soil and forest rejuvenation. Prior to Rain Matter, Sameer founded and led multiple ventures, blending his expertise in technology, ecology, and community-driven climate solutions. Under his leadership, Rain Matter has grown its endowment and platform with a focus on systemic impact through collaborative climate philanthropy. Please join me in welcoming our panelists. Over to you, Gunjan.
Welcome back after lunch, infamously coined the graveyard session. And so the challenge in front of us is dual. One, to convince everyone that philanthropy has a very important role to play in unlocking India's potential for a green economy. And second, that people don't snooze off while we're making our points. So let me start by setting a little bit of context on what is the scale of philanthropy in India today if we keep aside international giving. So philanthropy in India today contributes roughly $16 billion annually. It's a small but flexible slice of the country's 25 lakh crore in overall social funding that can be catalytic for a green economy. Much of this capital flows into project-based initiatives. Several of you here must already be engaged with philanthropy. Either your business model depends on grants. So you would connect that a lot of the philanthropy, Indian philanthropy giving today is project-based, either healthcare or education. So very niche sectors, as well as the approach is project-based. So the conversation that we'd have today is, given the advantage of philanthropy, that it is more patient,
it's multi-year, it's more flexible, it's able to dare where private sector still doesn't have the kind of return to investment, traditional return to investment. So therefore, in the next 20-25 minutes, because we'd like to keep about 5 minutes for conversations from the audience as well, this is our test back to you on whether we managed to keep you awake through the session. So we'd keep 5 minutes for questions. On what are the possibilities for philanthropy? Can this panel here inspire Indian philanthropy to shift that mindset from being project-based only to a more systems thinking, which is so much required for the many opportunities that we've been discussing since morning? So Urva's already introduced the two of you, so I'll just dive straight into the questions. I'll start with you, Sameer. Could you start off by sharing some quick comments in terms of the role of philanthropy for catalyzing ecosystems? And if you could situate it with an example that makes it very relatable, where you think philanthropy put in the first dollar, and that first dollar was very critical for a market to emerge around that opportunity.
Sure. Thanks, Kunjan. I think to start with, one is I would like to expand this conversation to not just philanthropy, but all of giving in India, right? And then all of funding in India, which includes the government, because there's frames of thinking that need to change across all of these, and they need to work in sync. So we heard very, very beautifully articulated thoughts on why ecosystems are needed in the previous panel. So it's really great we are following up on that, so we don't have to say a lot of things they said. I think the goal outlined today around the idea of a green economy is a really audacious one, right? I have my disagreements with Abhishek on what the numbers should be. I think this is very, very conservative. This is barely the tip of the iceberg. It is orders of magnitude larger than this, the possibility that's outlined there, but I understand the requirement to stick with numbers. I think you can't really address audacious goals like these through traditional modes of thinking and traditional modes of problem solving, right? And what we heard in the session around ecosystems again reiterated that you really need ecosystems to tip over. When you look at the waste ecosystem that Wilma represented, or what Sanjay is trying to create with tradition and culture-based outfits, entrepreneurial outfits. If you look at bamboo, if you look at alternative construction, there's a gazillion things to do out there, which are right now in the enthusiast domain or a little bit of an experiment on the side, and we really need them to tip over dramatically quickly. We also need what's already been solved and not figured out over the last decade, 2 decades, to become available to communities, for it to become part of the mainstream. Because if the mainstream keeps representing the choices, for instance, that went into the making of this room, we're not going to make progress that fast. Right? So there's a very dire need to start putting in funding. So one thing we commonly say is funding, philanthropy or CSR or even government funding is not the fuel. The fuel really is the people and the places and the directions that they aspire to, that their imaginations are built around. The fuel is really the ideas, the frameworks, the access they have to various things. And then philanthropic capital or CSR capital or even to an extent government capital can be an enabling grease in the system. Right, so as a quick example, we are working with an organization around Kolar, which is working with 7 lakh women, and their spend is about 7,000 crores. No philanthropic money is going to match that. How do you unlock that into deployed capital for enterprises and a local economy going there is something you can do. What efforts like the core stack that we funded enable downstream is orders of magnitude larger than what you can do directly with the use of the same money. So I think we have to get design into infrastructure, into deployment capital, into a systems architecture around solving this a lot more.
And how ready do you think Indian philanthropy is to shed its current skin of project-based thinking and actually start being that behind-the-scenes fuel, either for communities to come together or infrastructure spends, the way you put it?
Yeah, I think it would be unfair to give a very black and white answer to that because there's an inertia from the past, and it will take time to embrace this and slow down. But there's conversation around it, there's thinking around it. We are seeing many people actually engage with a variety of different actors, including you guys at CEEW, and be curious about it. So now, as the tools appear, the platforms appear, a few successes appear, I think people will be readier to do this.
Great. That's very encouraging to hear that conversations are already in place and there's a lot of interest to break the inertia. So if I can just continue that point with you, Rajan, do you share the view on the role of philanthropy, or maybe if I can refashion a little bit on where do you think philanthropy comes in for a green economy?
Sure. Is it working well? All right. So just to lay some context, especially in terms of the green economy and where we want to head, we often hear disruption is the best time for innovation and for growth. And fortunately, we are going through a disruption right now, because if you see, our current economic systems are built on fossil fuels. They are built on material usage. And both of them come with collateral damages. Fossil fuels are causing climate change. Excessive material usage is causing resource depletion, wastage, pollution. So, and these are unsustainable. So we need to find a way away from them and get onto a system of growth development which is divorced from dirty fuels, which is divorced from natural resources. And I think the answer lies in green economy, bioeconomy, circular economy, clean fuels, all of that. So if that's the path we are going to take, then the existing structures need to be dismantled and new ones built, right? Imagine the opportunity in front of us, right? There's a lot to be done, a lot of employment to follow, a lot of entrepreneurs to be born, a lot of social organizations to come up, right? Another way of looking at the current situation is that if you look at our GDP, current GDP, India is at probably around $2,800 or something, and per capita. Thanks for that. And the unwritten kind of understanding globally is that for us to even qualify as a middle-income country, the average per capita GDP should go to $14,000 a year, which means 5 times, right? And if we kind of create a loose correlation between GDP growth and the infrastructure that we need, it means we only have 20% of the infrastructure we will need to be a mid-income country today, which means 80% of the infrastructure still needs to be built. And there is no way we can build it the conventional way. It needs to be built the new way, right? And if that be so, look at the opportunity in front of us, right? So opportunity is great. What are the hurdles? The hurdles are finance, money. The hurdle is technology, and the hurdle is policy, right? And I would honestly think I concur with Samir that the real fuel is people's desire, people's aim on, or their image of the future. But be that as it may, today if we see, money makes the mayor go. So if we have the finances, then technology can be taken care of. We have the skills abundant skills in India. We also, there'll be a lot of good, smart people, smart organizations that can help come up with the right policies as well, right? So if finance is the main issue, what are the two sources from which the finance is coming? There is either public finance coming from the government, or there's private finance coming from private entities. There are issues with both of them, right? As regards the public finance, it's not enough, it's inflexible, and there are political considerations, right? When it comes to private finance, they are profit motivated, there's nothing wrong in it, absolutely, right? So there are two isolated islands, right? What can bridge them is philanthropic capital, right? It can act as a catalyst. You can create a leverage and unbound the private capital. Same way, where even though government feels it's essential to invest, but they're not able to because of whatever considerations, philanthropic capital can fill in and help start the thing. So that's where I think philanthropic capital can play a role.
Great. And so now I'm going to put the both of you a little bit on the hot seat and try and get some big ticket philanthropy intervention questions out of the way. So since you mentioned money makes the mayo go, Rajan, let me stay with that conversation and ask you a very specific question on, do you imagine philanthropy working in a more alongside corporates and impact investors to fill what's called the valley of death when it comes to incubating technologies, moving them from lab to scale? So many of them face, funding is one of the critical reasons why many of them don't ever scale or hit the market. So do you think that there's a way for philanthropy to work with corporates, impact investors to be a player in the, or enabler in the, to avoid more companies falling into the valley of death?
The short answer is yes, and an emphatic yes, right? So let's trace, when you say the valley of death, what does it really mean, at least in my comprehension? An entrepreneur has an idea, who he's passionate about. He gets some money, and he starts working on developing a solution or a product. He works hard. But in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, by the time the product is ready, he's out of cash, right? So there he's in a situation, the product is ready, but it's not been tried. So therefore, customers are not coming. And because customers are not coming, investors are not coming. That's one track. The second track is the product is ready, but it's expensive right now because the economies of scale haven't kicked in. So therefore, the price points are not right for unlocking the market. And because it hasn't started moving, again, the customers are not coming. Now, in these situations, and the third is also, investors are not coming because they don't see the customers coming. Now, in this kind of a situation, he starts sliding into what we call the valley of death, and it's important to kind of pull him out, right? So let's look at the three streams. One, where the product is ready, but it's not tried and tested. Therefore, people don't believe in it and are not buying it. That's where philanthropic capital can come in and help him with a demonstration project or help him with trials and whatever. And there are examples of that. It's happened in the healthcare industry globally. It's happening on the climate space as well. For many of the carbon removal initiatives, they were exactly at that stage, and then philanthropic capital came in and helped them set up some demonstration and have pulled them out of it, right? And I think Breakthrough Ventures, their catalyst arm, has played a significant role in this. The second stream is the product is ready but is expensive, right? That's where corporate money can come in. By giving advance purchase commitments and all. And we've again seen this happening on the climate side, led by Stripe, companies like Google, Meta, I think Microsoft as well, they created a fund called the Pioneer Fund, which is going and giving advance purchase commitments to a lot of these companies who are removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Because ultimately, to control climate, at some point in time, we will have to reduce the stock of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that's where the corporates came together. They created a philanthropic kind of a fund. It's helping, right? The third stream is that, again, the entrepreneur is sitting, but he can't get funding. And that's where impact investors can come in, because it doesn't have to be all dilutive capital that they bring in. They can bring in what is called the blended stack of funding, with some philanthropic capital, with risk capital, with debt, with maybe concessions from the government in terms of subsidies or tax, put the whole thing together so that it becomes fundable. So these are the three streams in which philanthropic capital, corporate capital, or impact investors can step in to pull the venture out of its death valley.
And since we are talking about entrepreneurs as innovators and developers, Sameer, your previous hat from Rainmatter was in the world of, in the technology, in the tech world. So if I could take you there, but while also partially wearing the philanthropy hat, do you think that there is room for philanthropy to be a little more bold and get into really the, investing in the tech development, innovation side of things? And is there anything different that you think we, as tech developers, we need to think of when we are thinking in terms of climate and green opportunities?
Sure, there's room. I mean, there's not room. There's a lot of room, and not a little bold.
It's a hall or a palace.
Yeah. But I would hesitate to first pick favorites on what to fund, which areas to fund, etc. I mean, across the ecosystem, we need all sorts of actors funding all sorts of things. But can we let the problem statement define that? If you're working in bamboo and there's, let's say, there's a lot of enthusiasts and there's a capacity gap, you want to fix capacity. We were in Kerala and we stumbled upon this magical reality of coir rope already being cheaper than nylon rope. I mean, this was staggeringly surprising to me, but we just ran into this. Why is nylon rope more popular right now? That's a go-to-market problem, that's a messaging problem, that's a problem of understanding the negative externality costs on that and counting that. So there's a bunch of problems that emerge from that. Can we let reality inform us rather than assume wisdom? Can we look at it at the problem map on a systems map or whatever frameworks we use, and inform that X and Y in a particular context need that. For instance, in knowledge systems, we believe very strongly that the change will be led by owners of a place in a composite way, and to the level of their understanding. Now, for that understanding and for the knowledge systems, for them to make sense of GIS maps, of socioeconomic data, of market data, you do need a lot of tech backend for that. You need that those tech backends translated well such that the community can get it. There's a huge role to play. There are pieces of tech. We just ran across this thing around agarbatti stick making. One entrepreneur in one part of Odisha is importing about 3.6 crores worth of it from China because we can't roll the damn thing. We have the same bamboo all over Odisha right now. So there'll be pieces of tech, there'll be pieces of technology, data backbones, and so on and so forth. But can we let the problem tell us that rather than pre-decide what's appropriate and then decide to fund that upfront?
Great. In that, I think you're already answering the question that I had, the last question that I had for both of you, is that philanthropy needs to listen perhaps better first before deciding what is the solution that funds should enable. And so one, very quick, this is a very rapid fire way of me asking, one message to the Indian philanthropists to take big, bold steps towards being an enabler of the green economy. Rajan, maybe you and then Sameer.
Sure. You know, Sameer and I were kind of just having a chat before lunch, and he mentioned something very profound. He said we need to move away from our focus on standard of living to quality of life. And I concur 100% with that. Our penchant for standard of living has been driven or enabled rather by economic growth. That is what we've seen in the last 50 years, 100 years, in fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution. Our whole focus has been on that, and we've got it. But again, the collateral damage of that has been on society and on nature, right? Now, what do we all seek? We seek human welfare, right? Human welfare must improve, must kind of rise. And human welfare stands on three legs. It's a growing economy, it's a happy society, and it's abundant nature. All three of them must prosper for human welfare to prosper. Right now, our focus has been only on one, which is the economy. And capital has been flowing there, rightly so. That capital will continue to go there. I don't say that all of it needs to come here. But the philanthropic capital should start coming into the other two to make these other two legs strong as well. And that's when we will have a good future for ourselves.
And Sameer?
I'm going to play the role of ChatGPT and push in a lot of keywords into this one, right? Because this is a very loaded question. So I think first thing to remember, and not just for philanthropy, but for policymakers, for problem solvers, I think let's not shy away from complexity. We've done this for a couple of 100 years, and we've done the planet and everybody on it a huge disservice. Complexity is a beautiful thing. It's real life. We've tried to dumb problems down, you know. So be audacious, take on complexity, write the damn thing, you know. Don't worry about it. There are tools out there. There's big data. There's AI and all the jazz, right? There's help available, right? People at CEEW will help you out. We'll help you out. Lots of people will help you out. So don't worry about complexity. Second thing is, if you can get a bias towards, again, to further the cause of complexity, towards funding with principles of flexibility, adaptiveness, rather than rigid ideas, rigid frameworks, linear ways of, here's the problem, here's the solution, this will solve, this is the silver bullet for everything, I think we'll do well. If we can bias it towards diversity in everything, in the solution set, in our food systems, in our approaches to livelihoods and so on and so forth, if we can bias everything towards diversity, design with diversity. And the last one is, instead of centralized command structures, if we can bias it towards distributed structures of decision making, of action, of infrastructure appearing that is available everywhere. Think in ecosystems rather than single organizations, like Sanjay said, and point solutions. I think if we apply all these principles to, and bring design to this, don't just do it because it feels good. If you can bring design to problem solving, if you can apply some of these principles, we'll all start to make progress. And if you want time on understanding this, I'm volunteering.
That's a big one. So do take him up on it. Okay, so I've been told we have about 4 minutes, so I can take 2 questions from the audience. Any questions anyone has? This is literally 2, so first movers are the only ones who are getting the opportunity.
We clearly didn't make any sense.
Yes, Professor.
In your experience, have you found many of the products products that you scale, that you fund to scale? What percentage of products that you fund through the philanthropy are able to scale?
Okay. Thank you. Maybe we'll take two together and then respond just in the interest of time. Any other question? I did see a hand previously. Yes, please.
Thank you. My question is a bit complex, but it's very simple. Very surprising to hear a lot of plant-based and the whole green economy information from the morning and from the reports which CEEW brought. I was in Belem and there was no representation of the Indian green innovations in international spaces, whether it is UNFCCC or GFC or Stockholm. I follow a bunch of them for the last 20 years. And India, in all the official delegates talks about all the wrong things. Like in Belem, there was total defense for fossil fuel. And if you go to GFC, there is a strong demand for agrochemicals in agriculture. So why this kind of a contradiction or a conflict between the reality, if I may say that Samir was saying a reality speaking to us, the reality in India is speaking a different language, and the presentation of India outside is a different language. So any thoughts on that?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Okay.
So the conversation with you have with the family inside your home is very different from what you have with folks outside.
Sure. So, there is no science behind estimating that how many of the initiatives that you kind of fund will end up scaling and becoming useful, right? So the whole idea of entrepreneurship, of doing new things, is based on taking risk. And what percentage of rewards come out, nobody can honestly predict. So I would just leave it like that the number of darts we throw has to increase, and the system we follow or the method we follow or the preparation we do before we throw the darts needs to be improved. The success ratio will definitely improve in that case.
So I think it's also important to not just think in terms of individual products. Even for somebody like Amazon, Amazon's retail website is one product. AWS funded millions of startups because this was infrastructure for creating startups, right? It made money off it. It is a great thing. But if we focus on the infrastructure, especially as we are creating ecosystems, we are funding something called the Ecological Restoration Alliance, right? These are restorers. It's not always business model led, but if we have to build a green economy, we need to understand a landscape from a natural landscape lens, right? And here's a bunch of people who have this knowledge locked up, right? How do you now enable that to be accessible to communities, to entrepreneurs, to various parts of the ecosystem? The same thing about GIS data, the same thing about land use maps. There's 70 layers of data that CoStack is putting together. And communities are already starting to use it. Now they'll start to use it for the commons, but there will also be opportunities that arise from that for entrepreneurs, for people to play in different ways, for governments and so on and so forth. So I think thinking of it from an infrastructure lens is far more powerful, as Amazon realized, and we have a huge example in the world, than just a single product. So we need a mix of these, but I think early on we need a lot of infrastructure out there.
Right. Thank you. And I won't do the conversation disservice by trying to summarize it, except for saying that Indian philanthropy is evolving. It is at a stage where, if we can say so, is coming of age to experiment and expand its horizons. And if there's one message that we want philanthropists to hear, is that do not fear complexity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists for shining shining a light on the catalytic power of philanthropic capital in shaping a green economic transition in India. Innovation is the engine powering India's green opportunities, strengthening our industries, creating jobs, and making sustainable products viable at scale. Our next panel will explore how India's innovation ecosystem can be further strengthened, learning from the past while building for the future. With that, I would like to invite our moderator for the panel on propelling India's green future with innovation, Mr. Rishabh Jain, a distinguished fellow at CEEW, to the stage. Mr. Jain leads the Council's Technology Futures program. Working at the intersection of technology and sustainability, his expertise spans from critical minerals and renewable energy supply chains to manufacturing and large-scale deployment. His research has informed key national policies and supported India's G20 energy transition efforts. Joining him on the panel is Professor Ashok Jhunjhunwala, who is the Institute Professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He is a pioneer in fostering industry-academia collaboration, R&D, and entrepreneurship in India. He founded the IIT Madras Research Park, TNET Group, and heads the IIT Madras Incubation Cell and Rural Technology and Business Incubator, having incubated over 100 companies. His innovations span telecom, rural ICT, mobile payments, and decentralized solar power with a vision for India's clean energy and digital future. Joining them on the panel is Dr. Anita Gupta, who is the head of Climate, Energy, and Sustainable Technologies at the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. She oversees programs on solar energy, energy storage, hydrogen, electric mobility, smart grids, and carbon capture. With over 34 years of experience, she has been instrumental in advancing India's clean energy transition, fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, and public-private partnerships. She pioneered the growth of tech startups through initiatives like Nidhi and Startup India, establishing over 175 technology business incubators across premier institutions. Over to you, Jim.
Thank you. So we of course have two esteemed guests to talk about the R&D and the role of innovation in the green economy, and of course the whole purpose why we are here on the role that R&D can play in India achieving its mission of towards Viksit Bharat. I'll just want to talk about some of the numbers that were presented earlier today. I mean, the larger narrative itself, I think, shifts towards green economy when we start talking about the impact it has in terms of the employment itself. Our research, of course, shows that nearly 5 crore people, exactly 48 million folks, can get jobs because of green economy by 2047. Of course, if certain steps are taken by that time. And if we actually are just doing some back of the envelope calculations with some of the colleagues who are actively working, and we realize that, of course, and let's assume if the population reaches 160 crores by 2047, and then maybe 50 to 60% of the people are in the working age, this then turns out to be 8 to 10% of the people who may be directly employed in the green economy. Now, this number by any means is not a small number, and if we have to also move from manufacturing, the share of manufacturing in India's GDP from 14 to 25%, which is also very important, this will take a lot of effort. So a larger number in a larger pie. Now, we often talk about manufacturing, we also talk about R&D, but we often don't necessarily talk about both of them together. We think that yes, R&D is important. There's nothing novel in saying that R&D is important. No one will disagree, but still R&D does not necessarily happen at the way we would want R&D to happen in India. And of course, there are many reasons why. Many of the sectors, at least on the manufacturing front in the green economy, may be on the assembling, not necessarily on the processing and the complex advanced manufacturing that are also upcoming. So I would say on this panel, at least let's talk about what is the kind of R&D that may be required tomorrow, and for industries that will be upcoming itself, and the value chains that maybe do not necessarily exist. How do we generate that workforce, that skill, so that these many people actually end up becoming employable, and these people exist? Because otherwise, there'll always be skill gap. There can be potential, but skill gap. So I'll come to you first, Dr. Jhunjhunwala. Given your experience of working with the industry, with the students, with the premier academic institutions, with us and the government, you've seen it all on where the gaps are. So while you, of course, please mention what do you still think are the missing links, despite the many conversations, but how do we solve? What are maybe one or two models that you think worked best, where different set of stakeholders, industry, the academic institutions, researchers, maybe even the government come together? And when I say government, maybe they put in money, or maybe they put in targets at some of these sectors. They come together to actually take it forward. So over to you.
Thank you very much. Whether it is green economy or social ventures or regular ventures to make money, I think there is a single principle that if we compromise on, we will never be able to scale. I'm more concerned about scaling. You scale when you make money. It has to, somebody makes money, then it scales. If somebody does not make money and put the surplus back into the more production, it doesn't scale. So, right from beginning, I think very often people believe there is a problem and now you look at technology. As a technologist, I will say I have learned that's not the right way. You need to look, once you look at the problem, you first need to look at economics. If, for example, we have to provide telephone to everyone, which I was involved in, at what cost will we be able to provide telephone to everyone? At what cost will it break even? You may or may not be able to reach it fast, does not matter. But basic unit economics, which people could afford and therefore can scale, is the first thing that you look at. Only after that should they, okay, what technology will enable me to reach that economics? And I think that is true for any green innovation, for any social innovation, or for anything else. The mistake that we make is we think of technology, we think of products before we understand the basic economics. I'm not saying that you need to have detailed plans, but at a very top level. I'll give you an example, and my favorite example. When I came to India in 1981 and I wanted a telephone and I had to wait for 8 years. And I found out, most youngsters won't understand that, but there are some older people who, it used to take 8 years to get a telephone. The basic, I found out several years later, the basic cost of a telephone is 40,000 rupees. And if you take depreciation, interest rate, and operation cost, it does not break even unless my telephone bill was 1,200 rupees per month. And my total salary was 1,200 rupees per month. And I was probably in the top 5% of country's income bracket. So essentially, the economics of telephone just did not work. So if economics does not work, somebody will subsidize, and who will subsidize is the government, and government could subsidize only so much, therefore there was a long queue and people had to wait. We simply worked out by 87, 88 that if we can bring down the cost to 10,000 rupees per line, the capital cost, then probably at 250 rupees per month, somebody can make money. Now, with this, and 250 rupees per month, at least 20-25% of people at that time could afford. And suddenly there was an opportunity to scale in a huge manner, but from 6, 7, 8 million telephones that we had to at least 100 million telephones. And Then the technology comes. How do you get it to 10,000 rupees per line? It is the same thing that we have to do again and again. When, for example, we started with mobile payment, our dream was, I remember at State Bank of India when we dreamt of mobile payment, we said from any phone to any phone, from any operator to any operator, and from any bank to any bank. And I should be able to pay a rickshawala 30 rupees through the mobile phone. And once we figured out that that's what we have to do, the whole technology followed. And it took us years to get to UPI, but we got there. I think the basic problem is we think technology precedes that. And I will say in anything, whether it's green economy, whether it is a solar, wind, whether it is a battery storage, whether it is converting plastic waste to wealth, I think everywhere we have to figure out economics. It doesn't matter if it takes 10 years to reach there, 15 years to reach there, but the direction should be clear. Scaling requires economics to work.
Thank you, Professor Jindal, for the interesting perspective. This, of course, is very important. That is where we have seen companies, not just in India, but globally, especially the startups who may have raised the money, but are struggling because of the economics itself. Ma'am, coming to you, and maybe given your extensive experience in the EV space and the battery space, what Dr. Jhunjhunwala is saying, if we draw parallels to the EV sector, exactly, I mean, when the economics did not work, even through subsidies, people did not necessarily adopted EVs. But if the economics work, we have seen globally, there's a lot of uptake. But then there is always a journey from the technology, that is, you're saying that that telephone that was 40,000 rupees, how do you come to 10,000 rupees? There's a lot of experimentation, lot of failures in the labs, within the industry, to fix it and then figure out how can we go. Some of these may be material change, using different components, rethinking, etc. So what do you think now, following on to this, is the role of the government, and how are you maybe already doing it in bridging this gap so that the economics eventually works? And of course, it will not work on day one, but eventually works.
Yeah. So thank you. I completely agree what Professor Jhunjhunwala has just highlighted. And if you really scan the journey what India has traversed in last more than 2 decades, 2000 was the year when we started off realizing what mechanisms should Government of India put in place to really first tap innovations and then figure out mechanisms to really translate the journey of those innovation to marketplace. And as rightly pointed out, it takes a great challenging period to really traverse and reach to the stage where we can confidently translate technology readiness level from say 2 to real 9, which is market readiness level, manufacturing readiness level, and even investment readiness level. So, and if we really break down the entire innovation to market value chain, we see there are, the chain is as strong as its weakest link. There are so many weakest links. And while government has worked on ease of doing research, ease of scaling up is still a lot of challenge we have. And with the recent initiative of making and a robust landscape of research and development, as many of you may be aware, being fourth largest economy, we are only contributing to 0.64% of GDP towards research, and that too from the public fund side. There's a critical gap where the funding has to flow from the private sector as well. And in order to give fillip to that private sector investment, we have a new entity, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, with the intent that government is there to really partner with industry, and industry should also join hands with government, really to highlight what are those areas of technology where India should aspire and be in the forefront given the aspirations of being Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. So I think we recently concluded, we had Emerging Science and Technology Innovation Conclave STIC 2025, where we actually have highlighted 11 different domains of technologies where we need to strengthen the entire spectrum of ecosystem, not only creating the requisite workforce, designing the curriculum, also what are the research areas where industry will be interested, what are those problem statements. So therefore, all this has to be taken on mission mode if we really aspire in, because the time horizon to attain that kind of supremacy is at least 2 decades. You just see how China has really done. So it is not an overnight success weekend. It has to be well thought of, well planned and well structured. And the areas to be taken up have to be taken up on a mission mode. Currently, there are so many, I think 9 to 10 missions underway, and the quantum mission, semiconductor, India AI mission, to recently DST has got geospatial mission, then 9 missions on climate change as a part of a responsible climate actions. So I think collectively with these missions and involving all set of stakeholders, not only from the whole of government approach, now is the time we have to have a whole of nation approach. Government for a problem like climate action, where we are united by that problem, government cannot work in silo. So we have to, and you talked about EV. This is one of the pathway of clean energy transition, switching over and transitioning towards green mobility, e-mobility, and there also the ecosystem is badly required to be built up, because we talk of battery cells, we do not have a cell manufacturing facility in India, and come to recycling and extraction where virgin materials have to be really, we have to build up a robust supply chain of materials. We do not have a processing technology. So systematically we have to address each areas of technologies and figure out what really needs to be taken up on a priority basis. Infrastructure is one of the key area. In the years to come, we have a network of 175 incubators. We will be actually positioning them to create the requisite infrastructure in all 11 areas of technologies. So I think all those areas need to be systematically addressed going forward if we really want to translate our journey and escalate journey to be a developed nation.
Thank you. I'll just build on to what you said in terms of the R&D spending that India has, right? Around 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP. And if we compare it to China, where so much of these manufacturing technology innovation is happening, of course they are at 2.5%. But I would also say, if we see the nuance, their contribution to manufacturing is 25%. Manufacturing to their GDP is 25%. So 25% of their overall GDP. And the contribution of India's manufacturing is 14%. But in absolute terms, we are very close. India's manufacturing sector's contribution to India's GDP in absolute terms is very similar to China's R&D spent in their GDP. Very similar. Because that is 2.5% of around 20 trillion and we are 0.4%, 0.6%. So that is the gap. And one of the companies actually in China, they have 10,000 people working in an R&D facility in a battery. We don't have those many people across India. So that gap is of course huge. So next question, and maybe a quick response from both of you. From your experience, how do we make this whole innovation R&D attractive for young researchers, those who are still in school, college, maybe looking for a job, to go back to labs and maybe spend time, because this sometimes takes years. If you have to apply for patents, get the patents, publish research, it does not happen immediately. So we require a lot of patience itself. So how can we incentivize
I
some
think
of
we are
these?
again going wrong. If you really, I think, are we funding basic R&D or are we funding R&D to commercialization? I think that's, we should, I'm perfectly okay if a certain budget is allotted for basic R&D. Basic R&D can be done the way you suggested. But if I look at commercialization, one of the things that I find, for example, in China, there were we looked at it about 7 years, 5, 6 years back, there were 100 companies making batteries. 100 small companies making battery, competing intensely with one. We at Niti Aayog came up, or we in the government, came up with a scheme saying that we will do PLI for 3 companies. Each company has to have minimum 5,000 crore rupees for us to support PLI. I kept on asking them that allow people who can invest 100 crore, 50 crore, support them a bit rather than this 5,000 crore. Because 5,000 crore will only go to the top 3 or 4 companies, and they are now going to be able to only import technology and try to make. The intense competition will not happen, and we will never be the leader. We will have to then import the technology. And this is precisely what has happened. If I look at now, therefore, what's the role of everyone? R&D, startup, industry, and government. I think industry, there are 2 parts about industry. One is government is too focused in supporting big industry. It does not believe, it does not have a trust that small industry, the startups can actually do wonders. I mean, companies like Ather came up. Do you people know that Ather was not given PLI, whereas all the big companies, including international companies which came to India, got PLI. Because what was said that you need to have a 10,000 crore rupees investment to qualify for PLI, and Ather, which we incubated, could not get it. But it is not just one example. There are immense number of examples. So the government's role should be enabler, and it should enable all kinds of small company rather than only supporting big companies. The industry, there are 2 parts. If you go to the industry at the middle level and lower level, they cannot take risk. You have to go to the top, to the founders of the industry. If you sell them a dream, like you will be able to do 100 million telephone, they are ready to take risk. I have enough examples where they are willing to take risk if you go to the top. But if you are stuck in somewhere in the middle, you cannot. On the other hand, startups are willing to take all the risk. But again, startups cannot be just funded just like that. They have to have a business model. Let it be primarily funded by VCs. But little support in the beginning, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs, that's the kind of thing the already government is doing. And I think that's what they should enable it to do. R&D, if it is not basic R&D, they need to work with startups or with industry. Let me tell you, you can increase the R&D funding 3 times in academia, since I am a part of academia, and nothing will come out of it. That's a bold statement I'm making. Even in my own institute, to fund it as R&D fund, the way it is funded, no commercialization, because R&D to commercialization is not the goal.
Thank you. Ma'am, over to you. Maybe if you can talk a bit about the academy or maybe CSIR labs, how you're trying to solve this.
Yeah, so actually, whatever we fund to as a part of our research, not the commercialization, many of the lab level technology do not see the light of the day. That's a fact. And therefore, research and translating lab level research to commercializable research is the major bottleneck. And that's why in ANRF, the first mission on high impact area was EV mission, where we insisted on having share of industries, like minimum 10% to 20% in the entire budget of the project. What within DST we have experimented with and found to be of great utility for generating interest among the industry is the valley concept, which we have propagated. What we have done, we have tried to really take, for example, in the green hydrogen domain, where we have a national green hydrogen mission. But is there any program where you can demonstrate the complete value chain, how the green hydrogen is being produced, how green hydrogen is getting stored, how it is getting transported, and how at the ultimately how off-takers are utilizing it. So if in a limited, say a pre-commercial manner, say about 2 tons per day, 1 ton per day, we can demonstrate the entire value chain and engage with industry as a off-takers, include startups, because we have to demonstrate the continuum of innovation in the whole valley. If we could do that, that could generate confidence among industries, and that would also integrate startups in the entire value chain. So this Hydrogen Valley Innovation Cluster is a new concept which we rolled out this year only, and this has formally been integrated with National Green Hydrogen Mission, and where we are actually the funding, viability gap funding is also coming from the government, industries also, because industry won't come just like that. They have to believe in the technology. They have to believe that there is enough demand for that particular product. So if we are able to demonstrate, and therefore creating test beds, demo plants, valley-like concept is very critical for any technologies to really scale up and ensure its commercialization in a span of say 3 to 4 years. So I think this concept, although it is a handful in number, this needs to be scaled up in all domains of, and subcritical funding will not work.
Now I think I have all throughout my life, from 1981 onwards, written many projects, got many projects from government. The problem is, once again, going back to the same thing. Even the proposal doesn't even ask for basic economics as the starting point. It only starts with technology. Whereas what I am talking about, that repeatedly, that it is the economics and at least a target number for economics, for a target number for cost, need to be really spelled out. No proposal has that. No proposal is evaluated from that point of view. I have sat on any number of such committees. And when that is so, and then it is okay, technology is being funded, fine, you can do that. And then we, after that, keep running, can we commercialize? Sorry, too late to commercialize.
Thank you. I think just to add, I think in Green Hydrogen Mission, the overarching target is to bring cost of green hydrogen at par with green hydrogen, say $2 per kg. So I think now the concept has reached, the proposal started looking at those economics as well. So in our valley concept also, initially it is going to be $4 per kg, but progressively it has to come down, which is accepted by the market and where industry also generates confidence. So the trend has now sort of started reversing in that way.
Thank you. I think we'll have to close. Unfortunately, we'll not have time for a question, but I think the biggest takeaway is that from thinking about the R&D and the technology innovation, the economics and the commercial aspects, at least in the long term, needs to be at the heart of it. So thank you, Professor Gupta and Professor Jhunjhunwala.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for enriching our understanding with their insights. It is clear that India's green future depends on translating research into real-world, market-ready, and scalable innovations. Up next is our final lightning talk of the day that exemplifies how markets can scale without compromising on ecological integrity. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rangu Rao to talk about turnover without toxicity, the safe harvest story. With over 25 years of experience working in some of India's most challenging tribal and drought-prone regions, Mr. Rao is the CEO of Safe Harvest, a company formed by leading civil society and farmer organizations to bring pesticide-free food to mainstream markets. He is also the co-founder of Samaj Pragati Sahyog, one of India's largest grassroots initiatives for water and livelihood security. His work has demonstrated how women-centric watershed development and diversified livelihoods can transform dryland communities. He has also served on national policy platforms, including chairing the working group on MG Narega for the 12th five-year plan and contributing to the design of MG Narega 2.2. Under his leadership, Safe Harvest has been recognized by UNESCAP for advancing inclusive business models, and he's also received the Multiplier Award in 2024 for its contribution to inclusive growth. The floor is yours, Mr. Rao.
Well, thank you, CEEW, for inviting me to the National Green Economy Conclave. Privileged to have this opportunity to share with all of you the Safe Harvest journey. This is Mirabai, a 54-year-old Adivasi farmer from the Devas district of Madhya Pradesh. In the late 1980s, she shifted from growing traditional millets, pulses and cotton to soya and wheat on a small semi-arid plot of 2.5 acres. To protect these new input-thirsty and vulnerable crops from pests, she began using pesticides whose names she couldn't even pronounce. To buy these pesticides, dawai as she called them, and chemical fertilizers, which she referred to as sarkari khad, she borrowed from a local moneylender at very exorbitant interest rates. At first, yields increased, but they soon began to plateau, as has been the case in other regions of the country also. The soil quality deteriorated. She noticed that the birds, earthworms, and bees that once frequented her farm had begun to disappear. Furthermore, the nearest APMC mandi, where farmers normally go to sell their produce, was 80 kilometers away. Transport options were limited, freight costs were high, and there was always a risk of crop damage during transit. With no viable alternative, she had little choice but to sell her produce to the same money lender who had supplied her inputs at prices far below the market rate. This is a classic case of interlocked markets, where the same actor controls both input and output markets, charging high prices for inputs and paying very low rates for produce. The moneylender becomes a one-stop shop, offering credit, buying the harvest, and even extending cash loans. Unsustainable farming and such market traps push millions of smallholder farmers into debt, squeezed by rising costs, limited market access, and growing climate risks. Safe Harvest wasn't born to chase a market opportunity. It began with a coalition of over 12 grassroots organizations working on water, livelihoods, and agriculture. Many of them were already promoting sustainable farming and had come to a realization that for sustainable agriculture to take root, 3 conditions had to be met. Taking from Professor Jhunjhunwala's comments on unit economics, input costs had to come down, yields had to remain comparable, farming had to become less risky. Equally important was how this shift happened. Adoption couldn't be isolated or individual. A single farmer surrounded by pesticide-using fields could never truly grow chemical-free crops. This kind of transformation had to be community-based. Entire villages converting together, holding each other accountable, and creating what we now call a collective guarantee system. And guess who were the earliest and the most enthusiastic adopters of this model? Women farmers like Mirabai. Adam Smith spoke of the invisible hand that guides markets. But the market and policy makers had long ignored the millions of visible hands that actually grow our food. Despite doing over 80% of work in agriculture fields, women have largely remained invisible in policy, data, and decision making. They bear the brunt of exposure to chemical inputs. And as caregivers, They see the health impacts of toxin-laced food on their families every single day. For them, the connection between unsustainable agriculture and unsafe food was never academic. It was personal and painfully real. It's therefore no surprise then that women became the strongest champions of pesticide-free farming. But lowering input costs was only half the battle won. To truly scale this up, output markets had to be accessible. Safe Harvest was created to fix this end of the equation. Today, we partner with over 30 farmer collectives and 50,000 farmers, many of whom are women. We bring pesticide-free food from cereals and pulses to ready-to-eat products, such as seeds and honey, to consumers across India. With Safe Harvest support, farmer collectives have been able to scale sustainable agriculture. Women like Mirabai have formed self-help groups, pooling savings from reduced input costs and gaining access to affordable credit, ushering in greater financial inclusion. Many collectives have also moved up the value chain, from just procuring produce to processing, packaging, and branding it. But like Robert Frost famously wrote, and I paraphrase, there are still miles to go before we can sleep. For one, many FPCs like Ram Rahim, of which Mirabai is a member, Ram Rahim Pragati Producer Company Limited, struggle with working capital. If they can't pay farmers upfront during procurement, their members, the other members of the farmer producer company, the entire model is threatened. Timely, affordable credit can unlock enormous potential. Second, these organizations need training and patient handholding in bookkeeping, marketing, quality control, and product market fit. Mind you, these are organizations in some of the most difficult geographies of this country. Lastly, to truly sustain themselves, these FPCs must be supported in moving up the value chain. There is no joy in only selling or only dealing in primary commodities and claiming a larger share of the consumer rupee. Our experience shows that these challenges can be addressed through coordinated action by the state, civil society, markets, and most of all, the farmers themselves. Let me return to where we began. Today, Mirabai leads the SHG in her village. She cultivates a mix of crops that nourish her soil and her family. She is debt-free. She eats safe, healthy food and sells the surplus to Safe Harvest. She even serves on the board of her farmer producer company. From struggling to survive to helping reshape her local economy, hers is a story of quiet, radical transformation. Our vision is to support millions of Mirabais across India's hinterlands. I leave you now with a short video featuring Mirabai herself. Thank you.
बहुत दिन बाद में दर्शन दिया भैया आपने।
अभी अपन गए थे मेलघाट कुछ दिन पहले, तो उन्होंने नया काम शुरू किया ये वाला संग्रहण का इकट्ठा करने का। तो मैंने कहा अगर अब नया जिन्होंने शुरू किया उनसे हम मिल रहे हैं, तो जिन्होंने थोड़े टाइम से काम किया पहले उनसे भी मिलना चाहिए। तो खेती में क्या मतलब कैसा सुधार हुआ है खेती में?
मैं तो आज 15 बीघा की MPM खेती कर रही हूँ।
तो फिर इस बार तूर में क्या किया?
तुअर में? हाँ। तुअर में अभी बस निकाल के संग्रहण चल रहा है।
चल रहा है।
हाँ।
तो एक ही जगह इकट्ठी कर लेते हो क्या, कैसे करते हो?
गांव पहले हम गांव में इकट्ठे करते थे। हम 4 साल से मंडी ले जा रहे हैं।
तो मतलब 3-4 साल से तो मंडी लेके जा रहे हो, मतलब 8 किलोमीटर लेके जाते हो। पहले तो गांव में इकट्ठी कर रहे थे।
जैसे कि हमारे गांव में खरीदना से कंपनी को खर्चो बढ़ी है।
तो मंडी में तो दूसरे व्यापारी भी होते होंगे जो
व्यापारी दूसरे भी होते हैं, लेकिन हमारी जो समूह वाली दीदियाँ जो रहते हमारे सदस्य, वो हमारी कंपनी को ही देते हैं।
अच्छा, वाह यार। हाँ। तो कंपनी में सब लोग देते हैं।
हाँ भैया।
फिर वो तोड़ का हमारी कंपनी दाल बनाती,
फिर वो हैदराबाद जाती है दाल।
अच्छा, तो आपको पता है वो हैदराबाद जाती है?
हाँ, हम गए थे वहाँ पर।
गए थे?
गए थे।
अरे वाह वाह, अच्छा।
हम इतना साल से तो माल दे रहे हैं, वहीं से फॉरेस्ट में।
Thank you so much, Mr. Rangu Rao, for that compelling narrative. Let us now move to our final panel of the day, moving money into green business opportunities. India's financing ecosystem is evolving rapidly, with investors increasingly willing to take risks and provide flexible solutions. In this session, our panel will explore what drives investment in green ventures, the signals investors look for, and how we can unlock capital that truly supports green entrepreneurs. To moderate the discussion, I am delighted to invite Ms. Starleen Sharma to the stage. Ms. Starleen Sharma is the founding partner at Green Artha. She leverages her expertise in global capital markets and experience scaling businesses to deliver measurable climate impact. Prior to Green Artha, Starleen was the founding CEO of AIC Sangam, India's first government-recognized clean tech incubator, where she also structured early-stage clean tech investments at Sangam Ventures. A two-time entrepreneur, she leverages her financial expertise gained as a portfolio manager in New York to grow startups globally. Joining her on the panel are Mr. Ishpreet Singh Gandhi, Mr. Subhadeep Sanyal, and Mr. Shalabh Tandon. I would like to invite all of you, all of our esteemed panelists and the moderator to the stage while I introduce our panelists. Mr. Ishpreet Singh Gandhi is the founder and managing partner of Stride Ventures, a pioneer in founder-friendly venture debt in India, and Stride One, which provides tailored credit solutions for growth stage businesses and MSMEs. Under his leadership, Stride has deployed over INR 8,000 crore to new age businesses, becoming India's largest international debt fund and a trusted partner for founders. Mr. Subhadeep Sanyal is the India lead for Wavemaker Impact, spearheading climate tech venture building in India. Previously, he was a partner at Omnivore, where he drove sustainable agri-tech and rural innovation investing. With over a decade of experience in agri-food, rural supply chains, climate finance, and technology, he brings deep expertise in scaling early-stage impact ventures. And finally, Mr. Shalabh Tandon, who's the South Asia Regional Head of Operations in Climate Change at the International Finance Corporation. Mr. Shalabh has over 28 years of experience as a development banking professional at IFC and has held several leadership and management positions across both investment and advisory. He has a wide range of sectoral expertise across infrastructure, energy, manufacturing, healthcare, education, agribusiness, financial markets, disruptive technologies, and venture capital and private equity funds. He has also served on several strategic task forces within and outside the World Bank Group and also contributed to policy-related work, particularly in climate change and for accelerating economic growth in India. I welcome you all on the stage. Over to you, Ms. Sharma.
Thank you for having us here today, and I think that we're in store for a really exciting panel. I'm very lucky to be joined by several investors who've really been kind of stalwarts in building the ecosystem, and I think that as I've had conversations with a lot of people in the audience today and otherwise, there's both a recognition of the very important role that capital plays as one of the puzzle pieces in driving a green economy, but also a little bit of a sense of mystery around what drives or changes capital. So today we are hopefully going to both set a tone for how the market is looking, as well as try to use very tangible examples from the vast experience here on the stage to make it much more understandable and comfortable for everybody in the audience to understand how investors are thinking about the market. And so with that, I think we'll get started. So Ishpreet, you you run Stride Ventures, and Stride is a mainstream, not a climate fund. You have worked across debt, you've taken small amounts of equity, and you're now looking at expanding more into equity. So could you speak about what you're seeing in the market that's giving this confidence, and what you're seeing kind of as the evolution or the future that has you excited to make these?
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Darlene. Pleasure to be here at CEEW and partner for this initiative. First of all, just a quick backdrop. We do more of growth debt, venture debt with equity upside kind of strategies under Stride Ventures. You mentioned about our initiative, which I'll speak about. But if I just go back, we started in 2018, and 2021 we made a statement that we'll invest 100 crores under climate-oriented businesses. And that thought came in 2021 that when we met some of these businesses and there was a drive of new age tech, electric, social or solar adaptation from the country in terms of businesses, we understood that there's some bit of equity movements from the patient capital as well as private equity and VC. So unlike Subhadeep and Shalabh, who've been mainstream impact investors, and they'll speak about it, that in spite of that, how they are for profit, we were very clear that there is a massive use case of using credit properly for this business, of being under green economy largely, because most of these businesses are very capital intensive. And let's break it down, like if we speak about electric, even from the OEM to the infrastructure, to the mobility, to the last mile, for everything you need to actually deploy capital significantly. And you can raise as much equity capital because you keep on diluting yourself for the capital expenditure you'll keep on doing. So that was the first case of electric. Similarly, if you're into solar business or you're into recycling business or you're into waste energy, everything is very infra oriented. And we just cut down from a perspective of saying, okay, what's the national interest right now? What is the government looking at? What is the Indian priorities are? What we are good in? We are naturally good in a lot of natural sun and solar rooftops. I have funded solar projects in 2015. I've seen the solar prices dip in the banking era. And I believe that there will be innovation on the rooftop adoption. There will be innovation on electric. And anything which touches tech economy, we want to be the first partner. So while doing that, in the past 4 years, Darlene, we have now deployed over $200 million. We are possibly the most active in this space of climate tech in general, where we are saying anyone who's innovating, we want to be the first partner. And even if they raise small amount of equity, we are in play. Because for us, being debt means that you have the, whatever capital expenditure they'll do in the business can be pledged to us. So it's easier to create use cases of finances. And that's made us do so many investments across the spectrum. And there was also fundamental belief, because we are for profit, we have to only fund businesses which are achieving profitability at the end of the day. And we are catalysts to that. They can absorb our pricing, they can absorb our warrants, and overall, that has to be paid back, right, in our structures. So I think that combination of factors worked very well. We did a very serious sense of education in the past 3-4 years, speaking about that. And good thing is now, we have seen so many businesses, and we have an initiative of Stride Green as well, where we believe we have been the first port of credit call for these companies. And we believe we have a very wide spectrum of companies across spectrum to look at equity as an angle under circulars to foray into, and give them as a first port of equity capital as well while looking at debt parallelly.
Very good, thank you. And Subhadeep, you're looking more at early equity and the first touch point perhaps for some entrepreneurs on the equity side. Could you talk about what differentiates an entrepreneur that you think is ready for patient capital versus venture, and how that fits into your work at Wavemaker?
Sure, thanks Darlene. Thank you for having me at the table. So see, we're a venture builder and fund put together, which basically means we work with founders when they're maybe at an ideation stage or even at a pre-ideation stage. And the idea is to co-build businesses with them in the climate space. Now, in that parlance, I think, to address your question, For us, I think we're happy to, as long as we have the founder fit right, we're happy to go as early as required, right? So, which basically means we figure out a carbon pocket that is deep enough. We figure out whether this place can make money, because as you know, as the speech said, we strongly believe that for markets like India and Southeast Asia where we're operational, green premiums cannot exist, right? A fundamental underwriting of a business model is that unless or until there is a green discount, things will not scale, right? And with limited capital, we want our businesses to scale to the next level. So to that point, I think founders who are at their very early stage of ideation, as long as they hit our kind of 100 by 100 philosophy, we're happy to work with them. I think if you're asking me when is the right time from a venture perspective versus a patient capital, so typically businesses which need a longer gestation period for their products to hit market, if you're doing core R&D, if you're working with new molecules, which will take 3 years or 4 years to turn commercially viable, I think that is where patient capital comes in very, very handy. Classic VC funds may not have the timeline to support that kind of a gestation period. That said, nowadays many funds and many fund of funds as well are also understanding the need for longer fund cycles. So what used to be an 8+2 structure is maybe now a 10+2, and like even longer fund cycles exist. But to founders who want to raise equity, I think that you mentioned there are plenty in the room. I think the point to understand is that if you're a business who needs a 3 to 4 year journey to revenue, think of patient capital, think of grants plus patient VC. If your solution is closer to market, closer to revenue, then there are a host of different options which exist. And from a pure VC expectation, I think the simplistic thumb rule is to say that if the next rupee that you invest in your business is returning money faster than the previous rupee, then you're ready for venture. Like that's a basic simplistic thumb rule I would use to define VC. But yeah.
Okay. So as a quick summary, if we were to speak just about these two, equity very often is the first touch point for a very early stage idea type investment and getting a company ready for debt. Debt comes in as sort of your first institutional point when you have clear cash flows, ability to repay. Now, Shalabh, at IFC you've been investing in India and then in the larger Asian ecosystem across all of these instruments and further into infrastructure and whatnot for quite a long time. If you were to think about what are some of the key things that you've seen over the years that have been really instrumental in de-risking the market and making the market more investable, what would you say those are?
Sure. So thanks. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. And I think as Ishpreet and you have covered the early stage side, let me speak about the DFI role and IFC role. For us, India is our largest exposure. We have about $10 billion outstanding here. And since inception, we must have done about $30 billion in India. And then still, that is a drop in the ocean. Given the needs of India, that is a drop in the ocean. So the key role by which we measure whether IFC or a development financial institution is successful is if we have been able to turn those billions into trillions. I'm just simplifying the whole thesis and narrative, which means how are we de-risking projects and companies or sectors so that the market forces unleash themselves and the sectors become self-sustainable. We are most successful if in a certain sector a DFI is not needed. So just to put that in an India perspective, we did the first solar project in India, and I was actually I did that deal in IFC in, I think, 2005 with Grant Capital. Nobody was even talking about solar. They were saying, solar, how will it make money? Never. So we did a demonstrable project in Tamil Nadu on solar just to show that this is viable. Then we did our first equity of $2 million in a company called Azure and Solar, which listed in New York Stock Exchange. And the reason I'm giving these examples is we put catalytic equity, early stage, in a sector, and by associating with those companies, then we combined our advisory with investment and worked with government, regulators and other to iron out all the rules of the game so that it becomes self-sustainable. Same thing now we are doing in a sector called green and affordable housing. It has been quite a myth whether green housing can give returns. Green could be, when you combine it with affordable, it might add a lot of premium to those houses. So we used a lot of structures of blended finance, de-risking, etc., to give large billions of dollars to both developers as well as financial institutions to build green and affordable housing homes in the country. The next set of creating market opportunity that we are looking at are again in difficult sectors like hard to abate industrial sectors, or in green hydrogen, or in green ammonia. Electric mobility, we've seen a lot of momentum there. So again, when IFC decides to associate, we look at it, our role as, are we able to mobilize private capital? How do we de-risk, whether through catalytic equity, long-term debt, or blended finance instrument? And more importantly, our advisory services around it, so that you create an ecosystem that these projects become self-sustaining.
Very good. And Shubhadeep, you also do quite a bit of de-risking in your work to help prepare the companies for their next capital. Can you speak briefly about that and maybe give an example of a startup that you think has really kind of epitomized the journey of being able to move from being more risky to less?
Sure. So I can take two examples. So to the point of what can de-risking look like, I think our process is that once we start working with the founder, we spend the next 6 months with a dedicated team supporting the founder on that particular thesis, which involves scoping, validation of a particular problem in that space, and also then solutioning. And that typically is done in a very short 6-month period, which is basically accelerating and doing multiple small experiments. And again, this is not to say that we have it perfected, but I think over the last 3 years and 20 businesses built, we've figured out a method to the madness of hacking, growth hacking, if I can use the word, of doing that. And I think the journey after that is more interesting, because what we're saying is, once launched, our businesses typically start revenue within their first month itself. So we kind of prepare companies so much that you almost like have a PO and you capitalize the company and you go, right? And this number used to be 6 months when we started. So over the last 3 years, we've been able to crunch down the time to revenue for our companies to 1 month post-launch. And then that acceleration journey continues till you get to a next Series A or what have you. In terms of examples, I could probably give, a couple of examples. They're not India. We're very new to India. We have 2 businesses only which have just launched, and they'll see the light of the day in January, February. But one is in space cooling. It's called Neoterra, which is building solar ACs for residential uses. The other one is in bioenergy, making a drop-in replacement for coal, based out of central India. But one example that I can share is maybe that of Rise, which is working in Indonesia and Vietnam. This is essentially a business which works on paddy. So paddy is a huge emitter of methane, as we all understand, and this uses DSR as a method of kind of measuring how much methane reduction can happen. So while on the surface it may look like a carbon credits business, our underwriting in that business is that once you finance the inputs, you give enough of an incentive to the farmer. As a business entity, you're making money just by financing inputs. The credit-based revenues will become an additionality which will come in, right? So we're not underwriting the credits. What we're underwriting is that at a base case, you need to make money here. So that kind of scaled really well after we got over, and then raised a $20 million Series A from Temasek, Breakthrough, and some of these other larger investors who saw value in that model when the build was entirely done by our team with the founder. So that's one example I can share, and then there are many others around different pockets as well.
So I think a takeaway there is the importance of business model in de-risking startups and really preparing them for later stage investment. And I think Ishpreet is the first point when they're getting ready for debt and are mostly de-risked as from a business perspective. You're really in a role of de-risking the capital structure and making it so that the business that is capital intensive has the ability to scale. A lot of times people think that green businesses are a little more risky, Can you talk about an example of a green business where, you know, the way that they pitched or the way that they brought their business to you really just made clear that they are equally as competitive or more competitive, have the same ability to grow as this new model of the economy is moving forward?
Great. In fact, to be honest, I think what I have realized personally, the reason why we're so excited at Stride about this spectrum of green businesses, because I think there's a massive shift of unorganized to organized. I think I spoke about the national interest, that you are aligned with the national interest, what we want. Do we want to go away from oil economy? We want to be dependent on electric as an infrastructure. We want to be dependent on our solar infrastructure, or recycling as ensuring that the supplies, the critical supplies are domestically consumed well. So I think it's all about a combination of protecting, as I said earlier, national interest, and now I'm talking about unorganized to organized play. So I do think that green economy has a lot of white spaces within that. So we funded a company which we fondly speak about called Loham in 2020 in the first time, and they were doing electric batteries as manufacturing. And then what they realized was that actually their strength is in recycling as they went deeper. So they went into battery recycling. And as they went deeper into battery recycling, they realized that the critical minerals which are coming in from the batteries, whether it's lithium, cobalt, copper, how that is getting scarce over a period of time. And since there are now geographical scenarios which are coming out, how do every country is relying on its own domestic infrastructure? So they went into critical minerals, and lithium became the first starting point, which got expanded into other critical minerals. Now, to answer your question on de-risking, from our perspective, as I said, we are funding the asset, right? So there is an asset creation of the capital, and in fact, all of us, green economy, the benefit which it provides is there is an extra layer of protection for an investor, because ultimately there is an asset creation, and that asset creation has some value. And if you combine technology on top of it, it has further value. And if you further combine, okay, it's on unorganized to organized play, and the gross margins will be very different because it's the first spectrum or angle which someone is looking at that. Actually, it's an attractive investment option all of a sudden. In fact, in today's time, I think from all three of our perspective, we'll be more than happy. They provide catalyst capital. We'll be more than happy to fund as many businesses. I don't think you're getting the kind of entrepreneurs to speak about it. Right? It's all about funding great entrepreneurs who understands that domain, who've done enough research and say, okay, this is a technology with this supply chain which will work fantabulously well in India. I think there is enough and more capital to do, because it's highly profitable businesses. I think the gross margins of the businesses which we have funded are amongst the best, maybe are better than e-commerce businesses, or better than some of the traditional logistics businesses on tech. So I think go on to the fundamentals and I spoke, I think we were candidly speaking prior, that we funded a company on the electric mobility. They didn't get the right kind of clients till the time the viability of electric, right, was either par or better than the combustion engine. Moment they cracked that, they had a line of customers. Because again, first, national interest of electric infrastructure, so big tick there. But within that, for a customer, they have an electric vehicle at the last mile delivery with the infrastructure of electric, which is far superior than combustion at a better price point. So naturally, the gross margin has to scale up, right? I think it's ultimately everything has to come together, which is beautiful for green economy. I don't think people are looking at it commercially as smartly as what it is. That's my opinion.
So perhaps a quick rapid fire question. What is something that each of us think should be getting done in the market to promote better business models, to promote better economic viability, to get us to the unit economics? And sometimes we hear, and I from my own experience, we sometimes hear startups who have a product and they say, oh, it's just going to take you 36 months to get to break even if you buy this, to a company that doesn't have cash flows to cover it. So what does that look like to you when you're thinking about what is the right model or the commercial viability? To each of you, please.
So I'm going to talk not just about the startup space, but any space. As Ishpreet was saying, green economy can give returns, which I agree with. But there could be periods, depending on what phase the startup or difficult sector is, where they may not be profitable. But as long as the path to sustainability is clear, investors and different type of capital allocators are willing to support them in that difficult phase of 2, 3, 5. As long as you know clearly after that, you have a huge road to sustainability and profitability and all that. I think one thing that can unlock greater climate finance from banks and NBFCs into climate would be to have clear measurable targets around climate finance, and more importantly around transition finance, because the low-hanging fruits, there is enough capital chasing the low-hanging fruit. If there is a bankable project which gives return day one, there is a lot of capital competing for those projects. But for those which might get viable in 2, 3, 4 years and become sustainable, or for the transition finance phase where you may need transition technologies, for that there should be clear targets, which means clear targets aligned with a very clear taxonomy. And second big unlock would be for banks and NBFCs to start looking at climate resilience as a risk in their credit scoring models. There could be physical risk, there could be transition risk, and I think Ishpreet touched upon it. I think a lot of the banks and NBFC, and we do a lot of trainings with them, are not looking at the downside because the project is not green. They're not looking at the physical and transition risk. Getting the regulators to mandate climate resilience as a tool in terms of credit scoring can unlock a lot of capital.
I think very, very interesting point and critical point. The other piece, which I think again maybe from an early stage lens, is a lot of the businesses that we end up working with, as Ishpreet also said, was these are fundamentally asset positive businesses, gross margin, strong gross margin unit economics from day one. And at a certain point, they need catalytic debt, or they needed some kind of blended structures to come in. We have, of course, been talking and hearing about it for a while now, but I think such facilities to trickle down to early stage is, I think, one gap which still exists in India.
If I got your question correct, you were talking about the viability of what kind of businesses as well, right, to invest. I just wanted to add a point which Shalabh mentioned. I do think there is, whether it's from a lender perspective or businesses perspective, there's a massive knowledge arbitrage in this sector. And I only realized it when we went so deep in order to fund comparable businesses, that a person who comes from a domain expertise and understands the knowledge about a particular sector and the entire circular economy around it, and also understand the policy lens, has a better possibility and probability to do better. I think the combination of factors which might not be true for other businesses, but so much true for this sector, that you need to understand what's happening on ground on a specific sector. If it's recycling, what's the budget talking about in terms of, while to Shalabh's point, the business should stand on its own feet, but there are certain initiatives and incentives which are built in businesses which can be massive for the start, and it can have a stabilization of its own, and then can be picked up through that knowledge arbitrage over a period of time. I think banks have to look at it from a lending perspective, and the businesses which you have to invest need to have that scope of lens.
If I can just add very quickly to what Ishpreet said on knowledge. So very recently, the World Bank Group has announced a new vertical called a knowledge bank. And we have a new managing director for a knowledge bank. And the idea is precisely on the knowledge arbitrage to pick up the best lessons from on the ground from various countries and deploy it for policymakers, regulators, etc., so that efficiently it can be deployed for replicable and scalable models.
Okay, so Shalabh, I have one more question for you, and this goes back to the comments you had made around the need for taxonomy and movement towards resilience within business. What role do you see insurance playing in terms of financing new factories and whatnot, and making it so that those can be underwritten? And do you see that having an influence on debt?
What? Climate insurance?
Yes.
Okay.
Or insurance as a requirement to raise certain types of debt and putting in criteria.
So I've seen green shoots of credit insurance playing out in climate debt that IFC has done. We have often taken reinsurance from insurers like Swiss Re and so on. They're very active, including in the Indian markets, and we have used them a lot. In terms of insurance for physical risk and transition risk, that is still too expensive because the data is not there, and that still is, what should I say, within a band they will not insure. They will only insure catastrophic events, which is how the insurance model works. So they will charge you a premium if let's say there is a crop in Uttar Pradesh. it gets destroyed by a drought or high temperature, but that is within a threshold of last 50 years of study, then they will not insure that. They will insure if it's out of that threshold, which again is not, it defeats the purpose, because a lot of these climate smart agriculture wants insurance for, they do want insurance for catastrophic event, but they also want insurance or productivity improvements for within the band, and those bands may keep increasing as you will see physical risks and shocks in the country. And that was the topic of discussion in terms at the COP on adaptation and L&D risks.
So Sharam, I'm curious, how do you measure insurance premium for a 10-year project when an insurer doesn't understand the viability of project, becoming a new industry lead? So how do you weigh that? Have you seen the pricing being more?
So no, I haven't. We haven't had too much experience on insurance other than Swiss Re that we have done on our existing project in terms of physical and transition risk insurance in India. We haven't seen too much of that yet. Otherwise, the premiums would be very high. We are just seeing it again from that very narrow lens of, let's say, earthquake. There is an earthquake insurance. They will study last 100 years of data, and they'll see the probability of earthquake is low, then they'll say, okay, the premium is low. They'll do it that way, without pricing the future probability of the event happening due to climate. That is still something which is developing and a work in progress. Have you seen more?
No. Again, we've largely seen a lot of parametric, weather-based,
mostly
incident-based. Yeah.
So one of the conversations I've seen in terms of insurance is for assets to get asset insurance, right? So if a factory is being built, factory insurance. Some of the insurers in certain developed markets are now looking at putting a climate risk, not an insurance, but a resilience or an adaptation, like if it's built in the wrong types of area, if it's built in a floodplain, it's not insurable. Are you seeing anything like that coming up in India? And do you see that as a mechanism for supporting banks in looking at risk?
So that's what I said earlier also. Climate risk measurement, climate resilience, and making it mainstream in banks and NBFCs, credit scoring mechanisms is key. So there's a lot of work going on right now there by collecting data around climate resilience and risk in different industries and different geographies within the country. And I think there are a number of startups, and if Ishpreet and you have not seen them, I'll refer some startups to you at early stage. They are using their satellite imagery, mapping the entire India map in terms of physical risk, transition risk for certain industries, including for steel, etc. And one of them has
for reducing that.
So actually, I spoke about the statistics of us deploying more than 200. This is the only sector we have not seen stress, so we love this sector. And purely because of the fact I mentioned, right, maybe we have picked companies very early in their journey who have been doing something different. They create asset, so we are always on the top of equity investment with an asset cover. So we have extra protected with the brand and IP, right? So, and also there's cash flows, the real cash flows of the business. This is not like you're doing a deep tech startup with a lot of R&D in the starting and there's no revenue flowing in. So the real cash, the real contracts, you can tap into the cash flows of the receivables of the contracts. So I think this sector is quite unique that ways. And I do think that, I think it's a matter of time that banks and NBFCs, to Shalabh's point, should go deeper. There's so much to do in transition finance. It's a term which has been used so often. I think it's a massive opportunity to do like billions of dollars of transition finance in India right now, provided you have that scope of lens, because the industries are clueless how to get into transition finance. The capital is ready to deploy, and it's so, and as I said, it's so comparatively less riskier than traditional project finance, because you're talking about, again, an asset. First of all, again, the same thing, policy alignment, government alignment, there's massive thrust, there's subsidies available, and then creation of very, very substantial asset. I've done project financing for so many years. I've seen that the assets have been so loose, right? It's just a land building and top of it. You're talking about machinery, you're talking about real capex on assets which can easily be financed. So if somebody wants to get into transition finance as a traditional industry, you can easily underwrite a project if you want to, there is a willingness to do so. I do think that's a massive opportunity, and I don't think banks as of now is looking at it from that perspective. From a risk perspective, while we have a lot of covenants, we do revenue checks and all that, but I think it's a sector which will keep up performing well because of the fact we are everyone is inclined for this sector now to grow in a good direction, including the corporate and private sector.
So with the number of entrepreneurs that we have in the audience, is there an advice that each one of you would think to give those entrepreneurs as they think about who the right investors might be or how to speak to investors to get funding for their project?
Equity investors.
I mean, again, as I said, we're happy to kind of come in as early as is humanly possible in the business of co-creation. But I think the important thing for a founder is to understand where they are in their business. Have they launched? Have they gotten paying customers? Is equity the right product for every business? I think that's an incredibly important question every founder must ask. At what time should you start looking at grants in addition to all of that? And once you have cash flows, can you support debt and servicing of debt? So I think it's really to understand that every type of capital will come with its specific advantages and needs and expectations. So there are many a times I see wonderful small businesses which can generate great returns but aren't great for an equity investor because they are not maybe unique or can't grow as fast, but they are wonderful for debt to be used and scaled with debt. So I think that understanding is something that if you have early on as a founder, it will help you. That's the only limited point I can make.
You want me to go? Or you want to go ahead?
No, first of all, as a founder, heart to a founder here who's trying to start something. If you know your subject and you're confident about your subject, you've got the strength to do it, just go for it. I think it's the best time to do anything. And just to pitch on behalf of that, I think there is enough of capital in India. This is the best time to do. The price to earnings of listed companies are 60, 70x. So imagine people are dying and hungry to invest in private markets. If you are willing to start, you have an investor here who's willing to do co-creation with you, right? That's your model. Yeah. You have IFC who's willing to deploy billions of dollars, and we are standing on credit. So I think there are massive amounts of capital like ours available in India today. Best time to start in this segment. Just have a strong belief and a right partners and crack the doors of government parallelly as well, I believe.
So you asked advice to entrepreneurs. Sorry. So whatever it is worth, if I were good enough to give an advice, I should have been an entrepreneur. So I'm not good enough to be an entrepreneur, so I'm an investor. So as an investor, I'm going to give advice from what investors look at. So take it with that pinch of salt. And we have invested in a lot of VC funds, and I've asked them, what is it that you look at in terms of success? They look at hundreds of pitches and then they end up financing 2 pitches. I'm sure it's the same with Ishpreet and others. I think the 3-4 key findings that have come out, and a lot of other VC funds have endorsed it. One is, at an early stage, we are backing really the founder. Yeah, so the founder's credibility, and we should get the confidence in the founder, that is key. How do we get it? In terms of how much conviction they have in the vision that they are pursuing, how much knowledge they have in totality on all aspects of their business in terms of doing it. The second, it's a very obvious one, but it is often missed, is total addressable market. Oftentimes, founders are pursuing businesses where the market itself is small, and they're not getting funding and they are struggling and all that. So either they are not creating a new market, or they are working in a market where the TAM is very small. And there's sometimes very difficult to define TAM and the real market that is really addressable, which they can go after. So that is second. The third thing that we clearly look at, oftentimes founders come up at an idea stage, oftentimes they come up bootstrapped. They worked in a bootstrap for 2-3 years and then they come for funding. We want to see in that 2-3 years of being bootstrapped, how capital efficient they were, how resource efficient they were. Are they nimble? Were they able to pivot quickly if something else comes in their way? How did they handle obstacles? Because obstacles will definitely come in a long journey. There can be a technology obsolescence. Today a technology might be priced 5 cents. Tomorrow it might be priced 3 cents. Are they able to pivot quickly to compete on that? So we look at all these kind of things and we pose all these difficult questions, and ultimately then we take a bet on the founder.
So just to wrap up, we've seen the a good selection of the continuum of capital that's available to startups. We've heard that it's important that as an investor, you're aligned to national interests and really able to understand the markets that you're looking at and see where the value is without expecting premiums to drive returns. And then as we think about entrepreneurs, that what you really want to be able to drive your business is a really deep and fundamental knowledge of your sector that is maybe differentiated from your peers, finding the right partners in growing that business, particularly from the capital front. But I think, as we recall from earlier in the day, that it's important to have the entirety of the ecosystem behind you. A really large and addressable market, so you're able to scale, because that's really where you're going to see a drive around capital coming behind you, efficiency in your capital. And a lot of that is driven from having the right business model that really enables growth and a win for your business, a win for your customer, and a win for the larger market. Oh, sure. If we have time for questions, we'd love to have some questions from the audience, I think. Questions, anybody? Okay, I'm just going to tease. I've spoken with a number of you today who have questions for investors. I've heard a few of them, so you have many more people who can give answers now.
Okay. I have a question. I think Subdeep Sanyal know about Resham Mandi. Resham Mandi is a silk ecosystem. They was lost. Basically, I am from silk industry. I worked with from farming to weaving, dyeing. Basically, I'm a textile engineer. I am from silk cluster. Even though there are many byproducts or it's went for drainage. It is a valuable thing. It also add value for green economy. Right now, a company, they don't know about the standard knowledge about the industry. They come and they get the investment. They have the black mark on our industry. It's not suitable because it's an untraditional industry. In Bangalore, in Kanakpura, Ramnagar, and Chitlaketa, the problems are arising in methane emission. So, if one black remark is on our industry. If an investor, if I want to pitch, what are the things I need to explain them? How I reach the investor, because already there is a black mark in my industry. It is a first in kind in our country. The Resham Mandi do the one fake issues. They are forging their documents, and that make their fail. So I want to make it happen, because in Salem alone, every month, 50,000 kg of sericin is a valuable protein waiting for drainage. If that product will come to market, that will help all the healthcare industries and FMCG projects. So even for every kg of silk, we have 40,000 liters of water are waste. So such a potential green economy industry I need to create at this time. So for that, what can I do for?
I mean, I think it's a very specific use case, but the point here to note is that, again, like we've all been saying, if the fundamentals of your industry are there and you're able to prove, one use case of going right or wrong does not determine how an industry is shaped up, right? So if you're an entrepreneur, and there'll be many, many more entrepreneurs, I think your focus is to ensure that your product reaches your customer and you're delivering value. If that part is true and holds true, I think convincing investors becomes easier because you have a solid use case already, right? There will be the one-offs who have executed in a wrong manner. With every industry, that will be the case. I don't think you should let one example bog you down as an entrepreneur. That would be my limited point. Yeah.
Do we have any other questions from the audience now? All right. Okay, in the back, I think it's Bicycle Nama.
I run a non-profit called Namma Cycle in Bangalore, actually. So one of the things that we have seen is a lack of awareness, I would say, about cycling. And it's also very challenging, right? We want to build some new ecosystem, right? We get cycle manufactured in Ludhiana, and a lot of shift, we have done a lot of campaigns. But where the gestation period itself will be like 5 to 10 years, right? Because there are too many barriers for market entry due to the bad culture of automobile, which we are seeing this air pollution and all. So what are the mechanisms of funding the VCs, the investors can enable where the period is more? Because we need to do multiple iterations. We started with cycle sharing now in ISC. Now we are in the shape of, because of all the latest technology availability, we are building it. So there is a lot of need of patience capital, and most of the venture capitals will not have that thing. So what are the channels we can mobilize for really sustainable things? Thank you very much.
So I think normally as VC funds and private equity fund, they are backed by LPs purely for commercial return also. They have a fiduciary responsibility within a certain period of time to return that capital. I don't think, and we will be fooling ourselves if we think they will put money in something which is non-revenue generating for 10 years, building the culture around it. That is where the public money comes in. So the sources of money for that would be public sources. If you're building a culture change, if you're building a new market, or if you're building some regulation and policy around it. So sometimes World Bank and IBRD works on that, depending on the scale of that, by giving money to governments and working with them on doing it. Sometimes there are incubators which work on that. In another session, people said if it's specific to technology, some of the family offices are starting R&D funds, but benefiting specifically their own industry, not any other industry. So that kind of things is happening.
Is it, did you say, sorry, cycle recycling? I missed the product. What did you? Bicycle recycling, yes. So actually, I think to his point, I think the best source of capital either will be the deep impact or DFI money for sure, but also the strategic capital. So if you're talking about bicycles, we spoke about transition finance, spoke about carbon neutrality. I think some of these large manufacturers of cycles will ultimately look at this play of ensuring how they get into recycling, how to make sure that they complete the value chain. So being in touch with the large corporates who produces or who's into bicycle is also another element, whether it's technology or the new generation coming in, trying to think about a cohesive partnership of off-taking from you. So there are innovative ways to look at that capital through that lens as well.
That is the challenge we are facing, because I would want to have a conversation later, but since you are from Punjab, right? I'm just going
You presumed so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. I was in Ludhiana actually. Ludhiana is where all our cycle industry are there, Hero and all. And unfortunately.
Unfortunately, I'm not from Punjab, first of all.
Okay.
But I'll try to answer your question.
Okay. Anyway. So, what we observe, like, one is the, if you go to Taiwan, Taipei, there is absolutely the infrastructure, the industry and the government have joined together to kind of like get cycle and track. In Europe also. But in India, unfortunately, the industry and the public sector has not joined to create cycle tracks. Ludhiana could have been a cycle city. So that has not happened. Like, so there is a more focus on business stress than creating the culture from the industry side. So, for example, we have done a lot of events. Most of it, the investment has come from non-cycling industry. So we are facing, and government, you are saying government will give the money. Like, if I write an application, government will give me only 10 lakhs. They can't give me more than that. So in this way, I think micro-mobility, these are solutions where the national green economy can say, okay, we will create some budget, we will pull in some small monies and experiment and make it success. Thank you very much.
Maybe get onto a research topic by CEEW who can then champion it as a way which can reach a huge scale. Maybe that can help.
All right, we're good. Okay. Thank you for your questions and your time today.
Thank you to our panelists for shedding light on the real levers that can unlock finance for green ventures. From understanding investability and structuring risk-adjusted opportunities, today's discussion showed how capital can power India's transition to a greener economy. Up next, we have a special address by Dr. Anantha Nageshwaran, who is the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Dr. Nageshwaran is currently on his way to the venue. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, Dr. Nageshwaran is currently on his way to the venue. Till he arrives, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated and enjoy the green economy film that was played earlier today. Thank you.
India's workforce is young, India's economy is dynamic, India's growth prospects are huge. But I want to ask you, what kind of economy will drive India into the future?
Many of us are still stuck in the 20th century paradigm of development versus environment. Whereas in the times that we are living in, it has to be development and environment.
The answer is very clear that if India needs to become a Viksit Bharat, it has to be a green economy.
An economy which regenerates, which includes, and which sustains.
Green is not a cost. Green is an investment. Green is an opportunity.
Green is not tomorrow. Green is now. Green is here.
Green is the new gold.
A green economy is planet positive, people-centered, but market-oriented. It's not just about moving from dirty energy to clean energy. A green economy is about rethinking what kinds of goods and services we produce, how we produce them, and with what materials we produce them.
At one end, it is about energy transition, but it is also about a circular economy where your waste actually becomes wealth, be it spent cooking oil becoming sustainable aviation fuel, or be it your textile waste becoming new fresh fabric again. But it is also about bioeconomy and nature-based solutions, where you move from fossil-based plastics to bioplastics.
We are having a 5,000 tons in a year processing of batteries is being done in our company. In terms of manpower, today we are close to 70 people on rolls and close to 150 people on blue-collar employees, which is working all 3 shifts. We have a vision to have jobs of close to 5,000 people directly or indirectly into this domain, which will cover supply chain engineering, technology, production, sales, as well as collection of batteries from the market.
We are still bootstrapped and we have grown from 7 lakhs to till we have come to 10 CR, and then we are on our way to 15 CR, and how we take it to 50 CR, then 100 CR.
When it comes to DRE products, just like you have a consumer awareness gap, you have a financier awareness gap. Financiers like NBFCs, banks, MFIs need to know what these products are, whether these products are robust, durable, whether they generate income and how much income.
So really, if one could think about systematically tackling each of these sectors, there is a lot of money to be made, a lot of progress to be made, and a lot of technological innovations to be made. All of us are looking at innovations, which of course come from startups because they are faster, nimbler, which can systematically build technology which don't make another shift, but step shift in how things are.
India is right now a $4 trillion economy. We are aiming to be a $35+ trillion economy by the time we become 100 in 2047. There's a huge opportunity to my mind to go green entirely, not merely in our thinking, but in our processes, in our manufacturing, and our ability to technologically leapfrog in a green manner.
Unlocking this massive green economic opportunity needs Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar to come together. Take Odisha for example, where the government has created a committee of 16 secretaries of the state who are overseeing Odisha's economic diversification.
For us, it is very important to weave in our peculiar positioning with respect to climate into whatever economic plans we have. For example, we have 33% of our area under forest. How do I ensure that people living there also are growing economically while we are able to sustain the forest, we are able to sustain the water, we are able to sustain the environment? We are very happy that we are among the first few states to have embraced green economy as a concept.
I'm happy to share that India would be taking a leadership role in promoting green economy.
During the India's G20, we came up through a huge process of debate, discussion and consultation, the Green Development Pact, which talked about climate action, which talked about sustainability.
We're seeing a disruption in the fossil fuel industry. We're seeing a disruption in the energy industry. We're seeing a disruption in mobility. Industries that have lasted for new ideas that are coming in and essentially changing the rules of the game, changing the boundaries within which you play with. How is that not a profit-making opportunity? And that is investing. You would choose the right thing, while at the same time, you are going to be able to see that impact. You will see societies change.
If we put these trillions of dollars of investment, if we transform India's economy to make it truly a net zero green economy, we're going to drive dramatic economic growth for India. And the growth that we are going to see, the returns that we're going to see, the money and the wealth creation that we're going to see is so enormous that it is something we cannot even conceive of right now.
We need to celebrate risk so that India can boldly chart a path forward, not just for itself as potentially the largest green economy in the world, but also set an agenda for how the world shifts towards a more sustainable development pathway.
Let's change the color of our economy.
It is now my honor to invite Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran to deliver the special address. Bringing decades of expertise in macroeconomics, finance, and public policy, Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran serves as the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. He has taught at leading institutions in India and Singapore and was the Distinguished Visiting Professor of Economics at Korea University. He has also served on the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, advises the International Financial Services Authority, and has contributed to institutions such as the Indicus Foundation and Dwara Research. Before joining public service, he spent 17 years in global finance, holding senior roles at several institutions, including UBS. He has also served as an independent director on the boards of several major companies within the TVS Group. Dr. Nageshwaran has co-authored 4 influential books, including The Rise of Finance and Can India Grow? We will now hear from Dr. Nageshwaran.
Good afternoon, everybody, and my sincere thanks to Dr. Arnaba Ghosh for having me here. In fact, despite all the volcanic ash, he made it here on time, but I was 10 minutes late, so my apologies for that. So let me just set my clock. Thank you for, first of all, not only inviting me, but also for hosting an event focused particularly on the green economy. And I've been reading Dr. Arnaba Ghosh's op-eds since his visit to Belém for the COP30, and I was messaging him bilaterally that I could identify with many of the observations he had made in these op-eds, focusing on the fact that Belém was not about communique and impossible asks, but about implementation and recognition of the various trade-offs involved for developing countries in undertaking energy transition or fossil fuel or moving away from fossil fuels, etc. So in that sense, I must compliment CEEW for putting together this entire program and curating all the other initiatives in a practical way as to how the green economy thrust can definitely align itself with both economic growth and sustainable economic activity, which goes well beyond, I think, energy transition alone. And to that extent, I think a conference and a conclave of this nature serve a very, very useful purpose. And I think I don't need to say this, most of you assembled here would know this, but nonetheless, I think for the sake of completeness, I think it's good to reiterate, and please bear with me for the repetition, that green economy is, of course, more than energy. It includes, but certainly not limited to, clean energy and energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture and food systems, circular economy and waste recycling, as we saw outside about reusing used cooking oil as aviation fuel, for example, as was pointed out to me, green construction and urban planning, I'll come to that, water management, which includes even restoration of water bodies, rainwater harvesting, the adjusting or getting the ratio between groundwater usage and surface water usage correct in our agriculture, climate smart manufacturing, green finance, carbon markets, and nature-based solutions. On my way here, I was reading the passionate article by the CEO of Cars 24 in today's Indian Express. And I think he says while his livelihood and his business depends on selling more cars, but he understands that there are important trade-offs to be made between comfort and discipline if we all want to breathe clean air, and our children and elder generation also have to be able to go out and engage in physical activity. Then he said, we do have to have the discipline and recognize trade-offs. I think that is one word as an economist that I have always harped on in my last 2.5 to 3, or little more than 3 years of my role, of my being in this role. I think it's the trade-off that matters a lot for a country of this size and with this economic aspiration and with this starting point of around $2,700. So to that extent, I think the concept of green economy and pursuing various activities that form part of this green economy is a much more practical intermediate step in a way to be able to take the more difficult capital intensive activities that would be required for us to meet our, let's say, net zero targets by 2070. Because the way I see it is, while energy transition is an important pillar inside the large green economy umbrella, it is actually a case of where we move from basically building a green economy in ways that do not derail growth, but provide us the growth and the investable resources required to be able to undertake the more difficult and challenging energy transition down the road. So for example, if we look at the high impact green economy pathways that are compatible with industrialization, it is of course green manufacturing, which includes, of course, all the solar modules, batteries, electrolyzers, etc. Resource-efficient urbanization, and I think even to the extent possible, our transportation systems ensuring that public transportation investments made in metro rails in more than 16 cities actually translate into greater usage by ensuring last mile connectivity between homes and all the way to the metro station, or making sure that automobile transportation actually serve as feeder to the metro rails rather than being complementary or even competitive with the metro rails. Therefore, clean mobility without forcing EVs too early, the circular economy revolution, sustainable agriculture, and skilling programs associated with green jobs, because they are quite different from the standard skilling vocation and programs that we see, because it includes areas like retrofitting, solar installations, waste management, green construction, battery servicing, and therefore the kind of skilling that we need to impart to our youth to be consistent with the green economy framework are very different from the standard skilling that we have to create. And of course, nature-based climate markets, afforestation, blue carbon, ecotourism, and these are monetizable through biodiversity credits, and more importantly, down the road, not immediately, voluntary carbon markets. So the way I envisage the green economy is, it is energy security first for a country of this size and growth aspirations, and economic growth. Both go hand in hand, because there is no country in the world that is rich economically today which has been energy poor. So energy security and economic growth first, green economy as the accelerator, and energy transition as a sequenced outcome and activities rather than seen as preconditions. So it is the green economy, therefore, is much more compatible with India's economic and social priorities at this stage, which is to ensure energy security and economic growth. And green economy, therefore, complements these goals rather well than being able to undertake the investment-heavy energy transition right away. And that is an important reality check that we need to keep in mind, considering, let's say, what happened in Spain on April 28th, and more recently what we read in a BBC news article as to what is happening in the Netherlands, where the government is employing a popular actress to tell the public not to spend too much electricity between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. because the grids are straining at their capacity to be able to cope with the volatile and intermittent solar energy flows. To the extent that if you have installed a rooftop solar energy system in your house and you are willing to sell power to the grid, now instead of receiving compensation from the grid operator, they are now forced to compensate the grid operator for receiving power from their solar installations. So this is the situation that prevails in the Netherlands in particular, as was well captured in a BBC article that appeared last month. And that is a salutary lesson for us. In other words, you have to make sure that your grid is well equipped and you have storage systems that are capable of absorbing the intermittency without straining the grid. And all of that requires obviously capital commitments in a geopolitical situation which demands, which has competing claims on our scarce investable resources, whether it is from the private sector or the public sector. Physical security, digital security, and supply chain security, all these things are now demanding greater attention than they would have, let's say, 10 to 15 years ago when globalization was still in its heydays. Because inventory systems and because the supply of critical materials, whether it is magnets or rare earths or any other material, have now moved to the stage of being just in case rather than just in time, the kind of investments that both public sector and the private sector have to make are now materially different and higher than they would have been in a different era when integration of global markets appeared like a inevitable reality that would sustain forever. That has changed, and therefore I would say that given these competing priorities, and given the kind of investments we need to make, for example, in ensuring some sort of strategic resilience in areas like semiconductor chip, or for that matter, with respect to artificial intelligence and getting our people trained, etc., we are actually talking about the trade-off given the amount of national savings we have and allocating it between competing claims. And that is the trade-off that I think a green economy concept and framework recognize far better at this stage of India's development than a single-minded focus on energy transition alone, given India's situation with respect to where it stands on economic trajectory. And I think moving in particular to the specific conclave, I think what is interesting is the conclave focuses on the whole of economy opportunity that green economy provides. It is not just for large players, from MSMEs and informal enterprises to large industries, from rural cooperatives to urban service providers, in terms of enhancing productivity, improving resource efficiency, and creating new jobs. Particularly relevant, the green economy is for our massive rural economy with more than 6 lakh villages, where FPOs or farmer producer organizations, dairy and agri cooperatives, self-help groups, and social enterprises can participate. This is the bottom-up nature of this green economy framework that distinguishes it from capital-intensive, top-down, industrialized model of growth. It is not to say that they are mutually exclusive. Both are important, and again, as I said earlier, to stress the geopolitical reality, we need that as well in several areas, whether it is in semiconductor or whether it is in building resilient supply chains, etc. for ourselves. We do need capital-intensive growth, but given our size, unfortunately, we cannot afford to follow a single model of industrial development or economic development, and that is where, in order to take a vast number of millions of people living in rural India along with us on the ride towards economic prosperity and fulfilling aspirations, the green economy story is a very apt foil or complement to capital intensive growth, because we need to find the right balance between capital and labor, particularly when artificial intelligence appears poised to displace labor which is employed in cognitive industries. Just last week, I came across an NBR paper which looks at 200 years of industrial revolution. And compared to the previous industrial revolutions, the AI revolution obviously will be a good substitute for cognitive jobs. And the authors point out that cognitive jobs have gone in recent years mostly to women. So AI revolution, therefore, to some extent, at least in the near term, has the risk of upsetting the gender balance that has been improving in the last several years. And according to them, the AI revolution, therefore, may end up generating more low-skill, male-dominated and low-wage jobs. In other words, they do make the case for training our people in areas, which is what I pointed out, retrofitting, participating in green construction, etc., training our labor force in areas which will not be so adversely affected by AI, apart from preparing the population to participate in AI complementary activities as well. And that is why, given this sort of disruption, which we have not encountered before in terms of an industrial revolution affecting cognitive jobs, then green economy actually acts as a very important policy lever and also a lever for the population to engage in, to be able to withstand the uncertainties and unpredictability and volatility that will be thrown up by the AI dominant economy going forward. So, in general, I would conclude by saying that countries that move early to develop green industries will capture market share and export opportunities. And India has the scale and the entrepreneurship to be able to do so. And as Amitabh Khan sir just walks in, I understand that a group of eminent leaders is coming together later today to champion a green economy, and it will be chaired by Amitabh Kant sir, who is a distinguished leader himself, and that the group coming together later today to champion the green economy, that will be an important step towards mainstreaming a green development trajectory for India. And as India pursues the goal towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the task is not to choose between growth and sustainability, but to design a green economy that actually delivers on both, and which is anchored in sound macroeconomics, robust institutions, and widespread participation across the whole of the economy, and one that recognizes the critical trade-offs for an aspiring developing economy, and which also recognizes geopolitical realities that are present today and which unfortunately will be with us maybe for the next decade or so as well. In that spirit, this conclave and the Green Economy Council, which is being formed, I suppose, can help convert today's discussions into a practical roadmap for mainstreaming the green economy across sectors and states, so that by 2047, we are not only a developed country, but also a leading green economy. So once again, my compliments to Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEEW, and others for organizing this conclave, because it provides the right bridge and the right roadmap for a sustainable and yet thriving economy, one that is most suited to India's wide geographical and economic diversity. So thank you once again for organizing this and for inviting me to share my thoughts with you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nageshwaran, for that insightful address. We are truly delighted to have you here with us today. It is now my honor to invite someone who has been championing India's green development long before green became a buzzword. Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO of CEEW and Special Envoy for COP30 for South Asia, and Shri Amitabh Kant, who needs no introduction as we've already heard him speak earlier today, to the stage to present the report that we launched earlier today to Dr. Nageshwaran. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're just about to hear from Mr. Kant about the Green Economy Council, but may I first of all give my thanks to the Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. Nageshwaran, for sparing time. He was literally in the middle of another meeting, but he kept to his commitment. But Dr. Nageshwaran, thank you so much for highlighting the issue of trade-offs. And our purpose here at CEEW and with our partners is to try and make sure that everything we are analyzing has that lens of trade-offs, has the lens of not just sustainability, but also jobs, also growth, also entrepreneurship. And Mr. Kant, if I may also take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership and agreeing to chair the Green Economy Council. We'll hear about it in a second. But before we announce that, maybe I'll just, I know you have spoken in the morning, sorry, I was still on my 72-hour journey back from Brazil. But if I may ask one question to both of you. The purpose of analysis from these research institutions like ours, like this, is to highlight the possibility. The purpose of a lot of the entrepreneurs in the room is to convert that possibility into action. In between, of course, is the policy and regulatory framework. You've already reflected that this requires sound macroeconomic grounding. Mr. Kant, through years of leadership, you've demonstrated how policy can connect to business. And yet we feel that things like green economy, at least for now, either tends to be at the margins of our imagination or could sometimes be just dismissed as sort of ideological, just kind of, faddish environmentalism rather than kind of grounded possibilities. So if you could both reflect on what kind of reality checks but also ground truthing would help not just convince you, but help you convince others that there's literally a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity waiting for us to tap. So maybe Mr. Kant first you and then Dr. Rangeshwar.
First and foremost, I think your report has demonstrated that the green economy has the potential to create 48 million jobs. So if India wants to grow with jobs, then green economy is critical. Number two, if you want to improve the quality of life of our citizens, you've seen the air quality in many of our metros, including Delhi, then green economy is critical. Otherwise, it has very vast ramifications. Number three, if you want to technologically leapfrog, which is critical, much like we did in digital public infrastructure, where we leapfrogged within 7 years, 50 years of development, then green economy is critical, because if we miss the bus for battery storage, for electric vehicles, and if we miss this opportunity for circular economy, if we miss the opportunity for bioeconomy, you'll never be able to technologically leapfrog. You'll be a laggard for the next 5 to 6 decades. This is a rare opportunity to take this, after 3 or 4 years, you will realize if we are able to provide a huge impetus to green economy, after 3 to 4 years, we'll realize that we've become a leader in these particular sectors. The challenge is that future growth will all come from cutting edge areas of growth. There will be all sectors relating to green economy. And if India has to be a Viksit Bharat, if India has to be a $30+ trillion economy, to my mind, this can't be done without going green. Growth and sustainability have to be very important partners together. We cannot repeat the mistakes which have already been made in the western part of the world while they were growing and developing. It's important that we learn the lessons, we create our cities. 50% of India is still to be developed. And if India is still to be developed, that 50% of India actually should be based on completely a green economy. And that requires a complete paradigm shift in innovation, in R&D, in mindset thinking.
I think, Arnaba, you asked, how do we take it not only with the two of us, but also to others inside the government and outside? I think, as Amitabh Kant sir pointed out, not only release of this report, but holding a conclave of this nature is the first step. I mean, many such events obviously sensitize not only the public, but also the policy makers, and enabling them to see the interconnectedness. That is number one. And number two, I think also, again, as Amitabh Kant sir pointed out, what is happening outside in the air, not only in this city, but elsewhere in the country, I think they also serve as a useful reminder or warning that the current mode of development, which kind of sometimes unthinkingly apes the path that developed countries took, which had a different kind of land space, land mass, and per capita land mass, and different climatic patterns, etc., cannot be exactly replicated given our size as well. So in other words, our model of development has to take into account, it sounds obvious, but it isn't usually done, because most of the time there is an intellectual paradigm which many of us somewhat unthinkingly replicate. And in the process, we ignore that India given its size and population and the income trajectory that we are on, requires a different model. And I think I would say that not only conclaves of this nature, but using vehicles like the economic survey, and then using the empirical lived experience as we are going through as important catalysts to drive that thought process forward, and simply plugging away at this job are the answers I can give at this point to your question. Thank you.
I think just one message, if I can give to both of you coming back from Brazil, is that, of course, that country is considered a superpower in the bioeconomy, especially when it comes to biofuels, etc. But when I mentioned to them informally the kind of numbers we were coming up here with, on energy transition, but also bioeconomy, also circular economy, which you've championed, I think it becomes quite evident to many other countries in the global south that the range of possibilities in India is much greater, and that opens up more opportunities to establish real hard South-South, not just feel-good collaborations, but hard economic relationships. Well, I know you're both pressed for time, and Mr. Kant has to make an important announcement right now about the council, but I want to again thank both of you for your leadership, and conclude with, at my end, conclude with something I heard just a few weeks ago in the lead up to COP30. The economy is a wholly owned subsidiary of nature. So if you can get that right, we have a lot of possibilities. Urva, over to you to take us forward from here.
Thank you, Shri Amitabh Kant, Dr. Nageshwaran, and Dr. Ghosh for that insightful conversation. As India charts its path towards a sustainable and resilient future, there is a critical need for strategic guidance and bold action to scale the green economy. The Green Economy Council has been constituted to play precisely this role. Chaired by Shri Amitabh Kant and with CEEW support, the Green Economy Council is here to turn this vision into reality by bringing together influential leaders to identify opportunities, nudge action, and help India unlock jobs, investment, and inclusive growth through green innovation and entrepreneurship. I request Shri Amitabh Kant to kindly come forward to introduce the Council and share its vision for India's green economy. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Anurabha. First of all, I'm delighted that Dr. Nageshwaran is here. He's the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, but more than that, he's a person who always brings progressive and forward thinking and looks ahead of time. And to my mind, what the Green Council really aims to do is to set an agenda for future growth in urbanization, in industrialization, in energy transition, in circular economy, in bioeconomy. And I'm truly delighted to chair this council. And I'm grateful to all the fellow members. And all these fellow members are all a leader in their respective domains. They've all agreed to commit their time and expertise to making India grow and become a $30+ trillion economy, a Viksit Bharat, with a strong foundation of a green economy. So I'm grateful for their time and expertise to this mission. This is in many ways a coalition of people who've delivered on ground. They are big doers, they are entrepreneurs, they are investors, they are innovators, who really truly understand what it takes to build at scale. And that's not easy. Building at scale and size is very critical. The task of this group is to set the stage for a green economy to take off. And this is not a very niche sustainability agenda. This is about India's next growth engine. This is about inclusive green economy which can create jobs, boost productivity, and offer India a new growth trajectory. India's green economy story is also, in many ways, has to be a story of entrepreneurship. The government can get the policy, but eventually innovation and delivery on ground has to be done by entrepreneurs. It's about innovators solving many of the problems which India is confronted with India-specific solutions which can then be scaled up globally. The Council's objective will be to provide catalytic support to transform the emerging green areas and bring them mainstream. And in many ways, it is a think tank, but it's also a can-do tank. And this council will bring together people who built companies, successful companies, mobilized capital at scale, and have transformed markets. Our approach will be to identify early wins that demonstrate what's feasible, what's doable, what's possible, address critical bottlenecks that are holding back the green sectors, and create enabling conditions for green entrepreneurship to flourish. This will require policy, this will require technology, this will require finance. And in many ways, to my mind, these members represent the best of Indian entrepreneurship and innovation. But most importantly, they bring their intent to make the green economy happen. And I'm quite delighted that with this talent, when I look at 2047, India at 100, I see a country that is not merely a $30+ trillion economy, but one which is sustainable, resilient, and competitive. And I see an India that has built its prosperity, that will build its prosperity on a green foundation. And very important that we take a different trajectory to growth than one which was adopted in the western part of the world, which was built on fossil fuels. Our objective will be to build on cleaner forms of fuels, ensure that there is circularity in the economy, and there's a focus on bioeconomy. And I am, once again, the members of the council have already been highlighted in the visual, and I take this opportunity to thank all the council members for joining us in this mission, in this really very challenging mission, and their collective wisdom and experience will be extremely valuable. I look forward to really collaborating and partnering them. This will be a partnership effort, and I look forward to very closely working with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kant, for charting a bold vision for the Green Economy Council. With your leadership, India's green economy is poised to drive innovation, create millions of jobs, and shape a sustainable future for all. As we conclude this day of reflection and dialogue, I would like to invite Mr. Apurv Khandelwal, fellow at CEEW, to deliver the vote of thanks. Mr. Khandelwal leads the Council's Sustainable Food Systems program. With over 15 years of experience spanning biofuels, biomaterials, and sustainable agriculture, Apurv has worked across continents, developing technologies, advising agro-food organizations, and shaping policy roadmaps in India and beyond. Mr. Apurv, requesting you to please come to the stage.
Good evening, everyone. As the conclave comes to close, it is my privilege on behalf of CEEW to offer this vote of thanks for this truly essential National Green Economy Conclave. Today, we have firmly established together that the green economy is India's opportunity to be a true global leader. It is market positive, job intensive, low carbon pathway, central to Bharat's Viksit Bharat mission. Our deepest gratitude goes to our esteemed leaders, including Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaranji, Chief Economic Advisor, for his impactful special address, Shri Amitabh Kanji, for launching our seminal national study, introducing the Green Economy Council to the world, and inspiring remarks, Shri Jayant Sinhaji, for underscoring India's necessity to invest in this transition. We thank our panelists, lightning talk speakers, and moderators from government, industry, finance, and entrepreneurship spaces. You have brilliantly showcased the opportunities that lie across circular economy, energy transitions, bioeconomy, and nature-based solution spaces. A sincere thanks to our valued partners, CII, ITC, Center for Excellence for Development, Sustainable Development, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Rainmaker Foundation, Sequoia Climate Foundation, AVPN, Shakti Sustainable Energy Foundation, Stride Ventures, Dasra, Momentum Shift, and LinkedIn. Finally, we thank the dedicated CEEW teams who have made this day possible, including the CEEW research team, including 38 authors who worked for months hard to bring these insights out and the vision out. The outreach and communications team who sparred with us as a partners to make this day happen, and the operations team who tirelessly supported us for this convening to happen. And lastly, and most importantly, the audience, the participants, your presence and intense participation signifies the possibility and the urgency of this transition. The green economy will be India's next big engine of growth, driving jobs, sustainability, and growth. Let's make it happen together. With that, let me close, and let's give ourselves a collective round of applause for what we have achieved today. Thank you.
Thank you, Apurv. That brings us to the end of the National Green Economy Conclave, driving jobs, growth, and sustainability. Once again, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished speakers and participants for making this conclave both insightful and memorable. The high tea area is now open. Please help yourselves to refreshments and also enjoy connecting with each other. Thank you so much.